What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing? A few people pile in here. Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 1 and 1 and 2, 2 to 2 is 4. Heavy loaded, baby, I'm booked, I got to go. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 2 to 2 is 4, 4 to 2 is 6. Keep monkeying around your friends, get your business all in a trick. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 6 and 2 is 8, 8 and 2 is 10. Your friend gon' get you one time, she sure gon' get you again. Crying, hey, baby, baby, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. I'm going to California, back to the on our way. Somebody will tell me that you need my help someday. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Rat's ass says, Heidi ho, Ed. What's up, man? How are you doing? Ron Swanson says, how are you tonight? I'm doing pretty good. Still a little bit scratchy on the voice. Dave says, howdy, Edward. What's up? Music blogger says, Mr. Phillips, how are you, buddy? I'm doing pretty good. Julian Santaguida says, what's going on, party people? What's going on with you, man? Ron says, I'm good. Oh, you mean Edward. Lisa Kozic says, hey, what's up? And let's see, Blues Rocker says, let's get into some vocals. Yeah, I'm trying to.
Blues Rocker says, kick my ass again with another killer acoustic tune. I appreciate that.
Ron says, "Poppin', brother, appreciate that." And Leland Tore Down says, "Hi, Ed, what's up? How you doing?" I know just the thing for a scratchy voice. Yeah. Philo says, "Got me off tomorrow. Sing and play, Ed." All right, I'll play a little bit in just a second. Did y'all watch the Super Bowl? I didn't. I'd personally like rather watch bugs fuck than watch football, but I don't know who played or won either. They got nobody good at the halftime shows these days. Got the Paul Reed Smith out tonight. Damn it, wrapped around stuff. Tone says, "Yo, Ed, what's up? How you doing, man? I've been doing pretty good." Get the strap back on this thing. Brr. Yeah, got the Paul Reed Smith tonight, the SE Custom. You know, the $900 one, this the cheap one. The cheap Korean one's almost $1,000. B. Schmidt says, "How many guitars do you own, Ed?" I'm not even sure. I'd have to count them up. I've got a video on the Patreon page going through most of the ones I have. Tone says, "Ed is legend." I appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, "I want that." It's a good damn guitar. Doesn't go out of tune because it's got the Floyd Rose on it, so I can use that whammy bar all day long. Tone says, "Cheaper the better." Leland Tore Down says, "Football don't interest me, and my sister was a cheerleader for the Rams for 5 years back in the late 80s, early 90s. Damn. Tone says, "You can customize it." I thought about putting a PAF in it. Like I got like a good like Gibson pickup to put in here. Not sure. Ron says, "No fine, doesn't need it." Tone says, "Is that a Les Paul?" No, it's a Paul Reed Smith. It's like a Les Paul that solves all the problems of a Les Paul, basically. Danny Fisher says, "What time pick you up Saturday?" What time are we playing? Oh, you know, we're going to a show. That's right. We're going to a bluegrass show. I don't know what time it starts. And Tone says, "Nice." Blues Rocker says, "I want that pickup, that bridge pickup." Yeah, I thought about putting a Gibson pickup in here. Blues Rocker says, "Give us some Hendrix." Yeah, I might do that in a second. Let's smoke this damn thing. Hey Ed, how come you are so awesome? I don't know. It's a disease. Being awesome is like a sickness or something. I don't. Ron says, "Feeling shit today. Glad you're on tonight." Oh yeah. Yeah, actually made it at the right time and the right day this week. Mike Cross says, "What's that PRS gonna sing? Hendrix sounds great. I might do some Hendrix on here." Blues Rocker says, "That bridge pickup gives me a guitar-gasm every time you play it." Shit. Let me hit some Hendrix on here. Let's see if I can fuck this one up. You know, got the amp like dialed in wrong. Chorus on here. I want chorus. Knobs got all okay. Almost it. What setting am I on? This setting's all out of whack. That'll get me content ID, by the way. So I don't put ads on these videos. So if you're liking what I'm doing here, please shoot me a super chat. I really would appreciate that. Let's see. Philo says Super Bowl Ed halftime show. Anybody? Backyard Banana says good day, Ed. What's up? Blues Rocker says, I wonder if that bridge pickup isn't a DiMarzio. It's just a stock pickup. Mike Cross says, hey, Joe. Might play that one a little later. Julian Santaguida says, can you play some Def Letter blues, Edward? I challenge you to play your guitar while being blindfolded. Well, if I had a blindfold, I could probably do it and fuck it up. But the music blogger says, the NFL is so money hungry that I'm losing interest. They expect me to pay $100 a month just to catch the game. Damn. He says, and I love football. Blues Rocker says, there's the tone. Oh, yeah. Had to reset that amp. Leland Tore Down says, what model PRS is that? It's a SE Custom. I think it might be the 24, I'm not sure. Mike Cross says, hell yes. Daniel Blues Rocker says 24 SE, I believe that's what it is, yeah. Daniel Delfino says, play Crazy Train. Shit, I forgot that one. Mike says, fan goddamn tastic. I appreciate that. Ron Swanson says, the one I had played had pickups wound in the PRS factory. He says, no package came, Edward? Not yet. I checked the mail yesterday. Have to look. Might be in the mail now. I don't know. I looked yesterday. Let's do some Def Letter. Tune this thing. long slide. I got a letter this morning out of you, pregnant red. So hurry, hurry, said the gal you love is dead. I got a letter this morning out of you, pregnant red. Said hurry, hurry, baby, the gal you love is dead. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took on down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase and I took out down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, 10,000 people standing around the burying ground. I didn't know I loved her. They began to let her down. It looked like 10,000 people standing around the burying ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby. They began to let her down. Well, I walked in real close and I looked down in her face. I won't see the good old girl again, the judgment day. Well, walked in real close, looked down in her face. I won't see the good old girl again, the judgment day. Lord, it's so hard to love someone don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction. Don't care what you do. Well, so hard love someone don't love you. Don't look like satisfaction. Don't care what you do. Well, I didn't know I loved her. They began to let her down. I didn't have a soul to throw my arms around. Well, didn't know I loved her. So they began to let her down. I didn't have a soul, baby, to throw my arms around. Love's hard on fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, love's hard on fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning feeling for my shoes. Well, you know what, baby, I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know about that, baby, I got the walking blues. Some Def Letter Blues by Son House. That's one he did in the 60s after he was rediscovered. It's based on a riff from a song called My Black Mama and the Walking Blues. Shovel sends me $9.99. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that super chat. And he writes, admission. Super chats are the life of this show. I do appreciate those. I don't monetize these like with ads or nothing. Let's see. Philo says, take the music to the past where you found it, Ed. Amazing. You're cooking on gas. I appreciate that. Shovel says, hat band checks good. Yep. This thing's loose as hell, too. Tristan Graff says, boy, howdy, just figured out where I lost my glass eye. Right here it is. Yeah. Daniel Delfino says, yeah, bro, appreciate that. Chet says, millions of people have shoes, man. Leland Tore Down says, killer, I appreciate that. Philo68 says, Def Letter smooth as silk. I love the intonation and filler than even Sunhouse didn't bother with. Funk and Drive, baby. Rory Block would be proud. I appreciate that, brother. Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey, brother, glad to catch the show tonight. Snowy night here. Just made my own version of a jambalaya. I call it a gumbo. Awesome job on that tune you do. Know the tune Keep On Chuggin' by Credence. I don't know that one. That's one of the deep cuts. Chet says we want the funk. Gotta have a drum set to play funk. Shit. Ron Swanson says right on, man. Ron says, sounded good, buddy. Appreciate that. Light this back up. Yeah, I'm going to be going to a bluegrass concert this Saturday in Columbia, South Carolina. See a group called the Cody Norris Band. Kind of like do the old style stuff, you know, and they wear like the craziest suits you've ever seen, like rhinestones and all that stuff. Very good band. Actually hung out with them and stuff. Got on the tour bus with them for a while and hung out. Tristan says, hey Ed, would you know when the levee breaks Kansas Joe McCoy in 1929? Yeah, I know that. I'll pick that out for you in just a second. Fucking straighten my hair, but you can hardly tell because it decided to like rain like hell and it's going to rain for 4 days. But let's see when the levee breaks. Let's smoke this real quick. Need a capo for that. Yep. Tristan gives me $2. Thank you very much for that super chat. He says, I'm a poor musician, but for when the levee breaks. I appreciate that very much, man. Here we go. Keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And the water's gonna come and we'll have no place to stay. Well, last night I sat on the levee and moaned. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. Keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. All these people will have no place to stay. Now look at him, mama, what am I to do? Well, look at him, mama, what am I to do? got nobody to tell my troubles to. Crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. Worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. The mean old levee taught me to weep and mourn. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and mourn. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home. It's the original version of When the Levee Breaks from the 20s. About an actual flood that happened. Charlie Patton wrote a song about the same flood called High Water Everywhere. And Shovel says, full head Ed. Ron says, looks so much longer straightened out. Yeah, but like the way this stuff works, like when you straighten hair like mine, like the least bit of moisture in the air, like it fucking poofs out. Sebastian Halfpenny says, I ended up buying a set of 11s by accident for my Stratocaster. Would it be hard on it to go from 9s to 11s? Anything I would have to worry about adjustment wise? I have the tremolo closed off. You'd have to re-intonate it, like it'll change the intonation. That's about all. If you know how to do that, do the intonation on the guitar. Tristan says, by the way, I did notice your hairstyle changed. My cat don't care. Yeah, I mean, it's damn kind of aggravating when it's long, actually. But it looks cool. Ron says, oh, just hard on the fingers. He says it's cool, Ed. But I used to keep my hair straight, but it's so much work. It takes like 2 hours to straighten it. I used to keep it straight all the time, like, you know, back when I used to get laid and stuff. Yeah. And it doesn't smell great either. It smells like just burnt hair. Tristan says, I keep pulling my hair back to my ponytail, but the front is falling back. Oh yeah. Now, but when I do a ponytail, it looks like a damn man bun. It's just like all, you know, poofed out and stuff. Ron says, you still get laid, you just don't have to impress. Yeah, when you're married, you don't have to be all cool and stuff. Yep. Ron says, where did you meet your wife? I met her online, actually. Yeah. A dating website. Philo says, that super ragtime reminds me of dear Ben Andrews, R.I.P. He was clean. Yeah, let's hear some of his stuff. Sebastian Halfpenny says, Skip James, Devil Got My Woman. Ooh, let me see here. I might be able to do, whatchamacallit, Hard Time Killing Floor for you. Let me see. I got a video on Devil, Devil Got My Woman. I got a video like way back. I forgot how to do it right. But I would have to see if I got lyrics to Skip James tune though. Do I? Yeah, I do. Yeah. It's one I need the lyrics to. And I got to retune. Chet says Chopin. I used to know every single song he had on the guitar, and I forgot how they went. Tristan says, back in the day, I had a true afro, now a pale semblance of my lion mane. Where do you know I got laid? I used to have a pretty tight afro that got long enough where it would lay down a little bit. You know? Hard times are here everywhere you go. Well, times are harder than ever been before. Know that people are drifting from door to door, but you can't find no heaven, don't care where you go. People, if I ever get off of this old killing floor, you know I'll never get down this low no more. When you hear me singing this old lonesome song, people, you know these hard times can't last so long. You know, you say you had money, but you better be sure, you know, these hard times will kill you, drag on slow. Let me see. Cody Cook says, do you know any hound dog? Taylor, I'd have to learn me some. Can't say I do. Tristan Graff says, hey Ed, if you wouldn't mind, tell folks what tuning you're using for songs. Any idea? Well, that song I was just playing was an open D minor. Most of these slide ones are like open D or open G. And yeah, the last one was D minor. Let's see. Philo says, Fanny Street Lead Billy, if there's a 12 string in the house. Ah, shit, I don't know that one. Sebastian Halfpenny says, awesome job, man. Thanks so much. Is that open D tune? Yeah, it's open D minor. Christy Bush says, beautiful, Ed. I need that. I needed that. Cool, cool. Mike Cross says, sounding real fine. Well done. Appreciate that. I'll do a little Lead Belly. Of course, there's 12 strings not in tune. Get a pick out of my pocket here. Got to go through the long, arduous process of tuning this 12 string. Close enough. All right. I do this song Lead Belly style, but I use Bill Monroe's lyrics because that's the version I grew up on. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. Captain for the time of day, he said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie, I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, we shivered when the cold wind blows. My girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? Cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. There's the 12-string material for tonight. One of the most aggravating kinds of guitars you can possibly play. To refresh the page here. The damn Microsoft Edge is leaking memory. All right, here we go. Follow says, I bet there's a 12 gauge in the house, though. No trouble, Ed. Leave the grater alone. Leave the guitar alone. Yeah, I've got a 12 gauge, like double barrel. And Mark Cross says, Garbage Man Blues, Rory Gallagher. I don't know that one. I can't say I know it. Deep Track Zach says, let's see, said an awesome blues musician in South Carolina. I appreciate that. Oh, he says my 12-year-old son came in and said, who's this guy? And I said, a blues musician from South Carolina. Cool, appreciate that. Rat's Ass said, okay, Ed, I got to have a shot of turkey. Gonna get ahead of you, sir. Yeah, do me a shot in just a second here. Julian Santa Guida says, your resonator guitar did sound kind of flat and dead off. You should get a different kind of resonator and string so it can sound better. Yeah, I need to put strings on it. They got dead strings on it. I mean, those things are like gray colored right now. I don't change acoustic strings enough. And Hingleton Triple Heart says, Hingleton Triple Hertog sends me $2 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. He says for the excellent music. I appreciate it, man. Thank you very much for that. Super chats are the life of this show. So if y'all feel like throwing me a tip, yeah, do it via super chat. I got a PayPal link too down in the description. Hingleton says, excellent vibratos, unique and sweet. I appreciate that. Ron Swanson says, welcome all. Remember to like the video, subscribe, check out the Patreon, and help if you can with super chats or the PayPal. These streams are not monetized, right? Yeah, like, subscribe, share this on your social media, do all that stuff. That helps me out in the algorithm. Don't cost you nothing. Hingleton says, like Ron said, $2 goes a long way when everyone thinks about it. Much love, team. Mike Cross says, hell, I didn't even know I wanted to hear that tune. Nice job. Appreciate that. Lemonade Lover says, got to finish my chicken dinner so I can have a shot with y'all. Molly says, I feel like if you approach dead strings on a rezo, a little mojo in them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's about time to change those. Kind of flat. But both of these acoustics need a change of strings. Tristan says, buddy of mine, while courting something and cocaine, whiskey and cocaine, or weirs and cocaine, bought an electric Rickenbacker 12. It's a piece of shit. Nice way to slender near the nut. Couldn't play it. Dang fool. Yeah, I've got a fake Rickenbacker in the house. like a Chinese knockoff. You know, it's kind of wanky with the intonation and all that. Courting whores and cocaine. That's what he meant. It took me a second. I'm slow. Chet says, why haven't you ever been to Texas? I don't know. I've never had a reason to go out there. Lisa Kozik says, let's see. I sent money. Hope you get it. Not sure of this, though. Never done that before. Well, hell, I really appreciate it, Lisa. You talk about on the PayPal or Super Chat? If it's a Super Chat, I'll see it. If it's PayPal, I won't. Stephen Shute says, good morning from Colorado. 5 degrees and drinking Modelo tonight. 5 degrees. God damn. Molly says Chickenbacher. Yeah, it's a Chickenbacher. It's like a straight up Chinese counterfeit. It says made in the USA on it. Somebody brought it to me and wanted me to check it out. Like, this Rickenbacker I paid $500 for is kind of weird. Like, could you kind of look it over and fuck with it a little bit? And I figured out it was a fake. And after that, he was just like, well, keep it. Stephen Shuta says, good evening from... I just read that. Ogma says, beards unite. Yeah, it's about time for me to get some damn Just for Men. Like, my shit's turning gray, man. Hingleton, I just read that. Hingleton says, I just got a slightly warped all steel Gretsch steel string. Best way to mic metal guitars. You talking about like a Rezo? I mean, just a damn like a pencil condenser, like you would any other kind of guitar, Or you could get away with a 58 or 57. Maybe on mine, I kind of found that the sweet spot was more around this area, like, or kind of somewhere around here where the holes are. It might be different for yours. And he says, big ups, Lisa. Music blogger sends me $1.99. Thank you very much for that. He says, can you play Longest Train for me, please? Who's that by? I'm not sure who played that. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Tim Gagan's Music says, good evening from Webster, New York. What's up? How you doing, man? Ron says, I have a sick beard right now. Oh, he means Into Pines. You didn't hear that one? That's the last one I just played. Shit. I mean, I'll tell you what, I'll do a verse for you. That's the last song I literally just played. PF sends $5. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate those super chats. Tell you what, I'll play a verse of it with different lyrics. My girl, don't you lie to me. Tell me, where did you sleep last night? In the pines where the sun never shines. I shivered the whole night through. So Ron says he has a sick beard. Let me tell you about my beard. I can't even grow hair on the sides of my face. I don't know if it's like Indian genetics or whatever. A goatee is all I can get. Like I do, like, have to clean this one up a little bit, like, the edges. But I cannot grow any hair on the side of my face. I can't grow a full beard. And I'm fucking 41 years old. Let's see here. And Ron says, buy you a drink, sends me $6.99 Canadian. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that a lot. Hell, let's do a damn shot. Hell, while I read a few super chats. Music blogger sends me $4.99. He says, you the man. Thanks, brother. Appreciate that super chat very much. Thank you for that, man. Hingleton says, this song spread through punk bands in Seattle like wildfire in 2014. I love when people appreciate the blues. Yeah, I wish some of the punk bands around here had played some blues when I was playing punk. We did play a little bit of like Chuck Berry and stuff, though, and Jerry Lee Lewis. Let's have a drink. Okay. Same shit I had last time. You know, get where I can see myself in my monitor. Just Cuddy Sark 12-year-old Scotch, the best cheap Scotch money can buy, and Rebel Small Batch Reserve Bourbon, 110 proof. Pretty rough stuff. So yeah, Scotch bourbon. Y'all tell me. Tristan says, make me a pallet on the floor, Shetland pony. Thanks, Sun House. Yeah, I need to learn those. Like, those are both like classic pre-war songs there. You do videos on both of those. $108. Ashtangi says, always good to hear anything you play, Ed. I appreciate that. Ogma says, love that song. Let's see what we got here. Some of these comments. Ogma says Nirvana covered it, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah, In the Pines. Yeah, they did Lead Belly's version of it. Rick Moreland sends $9.99. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that very much. Steven Shooter votes bourbon. Julian votes bourbon. Let's see. Ron says Scotch. But I'll tell you what, like, Ron just sent me some love in the super chat. I'll do some Scotch. Hell. Weird. And Lisa Kozik says, PayPal. She said, I'm glad I got the receipt. So glad. Okay. Oh, I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that very much, Leela, sending me a PayPal donation. That's another way you can drop me a tip if you want to. Thank you very much. Yeah, here we go. Out of the patented Ed Phillips shot glass, available at Yeezy.com. I mean, in my Etsy shop, link below. With my logo and design on it. Also got a t-shirt with that on there. Let's go ahead and do this. Cheers, y'all. Kempai, Lakayam, all that good stuff. Salute. And I apologize if I can't read all your chats here. Like I've been getting a lot of them these days. Tristan says, one Scotch, one bourbon, one beer. I ain't here for trouble, so have no fear. Josh says, good liquor carry me down. I can do that for you. Little Bill Brunzi. Singleton says that was awesome. Lisa. Frank Morgendorfer says, morning Ed from Thailand. Cheers. What's up? Michael Chardine says, any blind Willie McTell? Yeah, I can do a little bit of that for you. All right, let's do some more. Big Bill Brunsey. It's a blues song he did back in the 40s, like more like a jump blues. So I worked out a finger picking version of it. He played it on the piano originally. Well, I know a little girl about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. And I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, I wake up in the morning holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. To the doctor with my head in my hands. Doctor said, Big Bill, I think I have to give you monkey glands. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Mama told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, somebody gonna carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking. Keep on drinking. I just keep on a drinking till good liquor carry me down. Bill Brunsey right there. Okay, Willie McTell. Got to get back on this godforsaken 12 string here. Tune it down to drop D. Wake up, mama, turn your whole lamp down low. Wake up, mama, turn your whole lamp down low. Well, have you got the nerve to drive Papa Mac till your door? Mother died and left me reckless, my daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Mother died and left me reckless, my daddy died and left me wild, wild, wild. Well, I ain't good looking, but I'm sure some sweet girl's angel child. Mighty mean woman, do me this way. Mighty mean woman, do me this way. Leaving here, I'm going back to Spain. Mother tell your brother, brother tell your auntie, auntie tell your uncle, now uncle tell your friends, I'm going up the country, baby, don't you wanna go? I take a bad brown, I might take one or two more. Big 80 left Savannah, you know it didn't stop. Well, you should have seen that Palmer when he got the boiler hot. Reach over in the corner, give me my traveling shoes. Know by that I got them States of Durable. Mama got 'em, I got 'em, friends got 'em, brother got 'em, everybody got 'em. Well, reach over in the corner, hand me my traveling shoes. I looked over in the corner, Grandma, Grandpa had 'em too. A little bit of Willie McTell, covered by the Allman Brothers, of course. They got a Blind Willie McTell Blues Festival about 50 miles from here in Thompson, Georgia. And Hingleton says, I'm practicing finger picking thanks to Ed, and I won't care if I end up 1/10 as good. Yeah, you got to practice that shit a while, like to get that syncopation and stuff down. Ogma says, finger picking's my Achilles heel. It takes a lot of practice for that. Like I got lucky and kind of was taught how to do it when I was a teenager. Tristan says 12-string auto tuner, the Ed finger. Ron Swanson says it becomes motor memory after a while. Yep. Michael Chardine sends me $5 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. He says, good liquor, please carry me down. I'm always transported into a different dimension when I hear you play. Would love to see you live sometime. Oh, I appreciate that very much, man, and thank you for that super chat. Josh M says, do you know any ZZ Top? Let me see. Can't get a damn, keep a pick in my hand here. Got paid today. Got me a pocket full of change. I just got paid today. Got me a pocket full of change. A little bit of ZZ Top there. And Michael says, brother is dialed. I appreciate that. Innate Germ says, me finger picking my 12 string sounds like someone throwing a pan down the stairs. 12 strings hard as hell to finger pick. They get kind of jumbly sounding. Ogma says 3 ZZ Top songs back to back on my car MP3 player today. Ron Swanson says I just started by learning Travis picking. Travis is kind of advanced. I'd probably learn some Piedmont shit before I fucked around with Merle Travis. Ogma says, just got paid. Rat's ass says, mud. Ron Swanson says, I think that's a good start. Tristan Graff says, Jesus just left Chicago. ZZ Top version, still blues at the roots. Yeah, I used to play that with bands a little bit. Ogma says, great song, Dusty. And Julian says, rip Dusty. Yeah, Dusty Hill. Michael Chardine says, need to hear a little 9-pound hammer. I can do that for you. And Blues Rocker says, I'm back. I hope I didn't miss you playing Sitting on Top of the World. I can do that one too, yeah. A couple of finger picking tunes. And damn hair. 9-pound hammer, getting a little too heavy. Heavy for my size, heavy for my size. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? I'm going back to Holland, I'm going back to Hazard, just to get a little brew, just to get a little brew. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? Going up the mountain to see my baby, and I ain't coming back, and I ain't coming back. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? 9-pound hammer that killed John Henry. Well, it's gonna kill me, but it's gonna kill me. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels don't go? Roll on, buddy, pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels don't go? And then Sitting on Top of the World is actually kind of similar to that. Get off this guitar cable here. Now, all right. Was in the spring, one summer day, my baby left me, she went away. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. She called me up down in El Paso, come back, daddy, gonna love you so. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Don't like my peaches, don't shake my tree. Get out of my orchard, leave my peaches be. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. macho man. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Was in the spring, one summer day, my baby left me, oh, she went away. Now she's gone, and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. So that one there was originally done by the Mississippi Sheiks way back in the 20s. Found its way into, you know, blues music, bluegrass, country people did it. It was all over the place. The blues rocker says Mystery Train. All right, do some rockabilly. Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Train I ride, 16 coaches long. Well, that long black train, I've got my baby and gone. Train coming round the bend. Train coming round the bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again. Will again. Coming down the line. Train coming down the line. Well, it's bringing my baby, 'cause she's mine, all mine, mine, all mine. Coming around the bend. Train coming around the bend. Well, it took my baby, but it never will again. Will again. Will again. All right, Elvis style. One of those old Sun records. It's a blues song he covered, though. Tristan Graff sends me $2. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that super chat very much. It says Crossroad Robert Johnson. I can do that for you. Yeah. Gotta tune up this resonator here. Crossroad Blues, Robert Johnson. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. I went to the crossroads, fell down on my knees. Ask the Lord above I may sinner, say, poor Bob, if you please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. I went to the crossroads, I tried to flag it right. Nobody seemed to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, I looked east and west. I went to the crossroads, I looked east and west. I didn't have no sweet woman, babe, yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. I believe to my soul now, babe, whole body's sinking down. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. You can run, 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 tell my friend boy Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down. Little bit of Robert Johnson. That's his signature song today. Back when he was alive, Terraplane was his signature song. Let me read a few of these comments here. Ron says, crispy picking the night, Ed. I appreciate that. Michael Chardine says, he sends $5 in a super chat. Appreciate that super chat very much. He says, Going to the River by Fred McDowell. Thanks for the live. Made my week. I can do some Fred McDowell for you. I don't know that one, but yeah, appreciate that very much. Thanks for that super chat. Winston Smith sends me $10. He says, Ed, do you know Terraplane? Not good enough to play it all the way through. I don't know all the damn words, but I can do a little bit of it for you. Thank you very much for that $10, Winston Smith. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Let me see. Terraplane goes something like, and I feel so lonesome. Can you hear me when I'm on? Well, I feel so lonesome. Can you hear me when I'm on? Driving my terraplane, since you've been gone. Flash of lightning or something like that. I don't know the words to it. But let me see. Let's do some Fred McDowell. Which one should I do it on? Yeah. We'll do his version of Shake It On Down, at least musically. The lyrically, I think I'll do more of Book of White's lyrics. That's the ones I know. Try this other slide here, actually. Your nightcap mama and your gown, well, night before day we're gonna shake 'em on down when I must holler. Say the chili peppers on through the week. Well, these chili peppers gone through to me when I must holler. Been to Georgia, but I've been told, well, Georgia women got the best jelly roll, and I must holler. Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Fix my supper now, go to bed, well, this light white and gone to my head when I must holler. Well, see, mama, well, you done well, cause me to love you now. The man done come, ding, must I holler. Hey, do something to me, don't know what it is, well, get me drunk at that old whiskey still, well, must I holler. Oh, must I shake 'em on down? Let's shake 'em on down, hill country style, Fred McDowell style. That kind of rhymes. And Christy Bush says, we love you, Michael Chardine. Blues Rocker says, if someone listening to your cover of Shake 'em on Down doesn't feel it, they're dead. Right. Well, yeah, that's my second version of it. Like I got the old version, like the Book of White style version, on a video way back, and I got a video on that version kind of more recently. Rat's Ass says, music and good friends cures lots of ailments, Ron. Lots of ailments. Ron says, only hot sauce, chat. Winston Smith says, thanks for the good words, Ron Swanson. You can't help but feel better listening to this, and I hope you feel better soon. Christy Bush says, that's all right, Blues Rockers. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, shot. Well, we can do one. Sebastian Halfpenny says, love that pick, and I appreciate that. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do one. All right. Got the 12-year-old Cuddy Sark right here, blended scotch, and I got the Rebel bourbon here from Kentucky. So what do y'all think? Y'all tell me, bourbon or scotch? Bourbon, scotch. Michael Chardine says, thank you, Christy. Hope all is well. Happy to be here. Hope everyone is having an awesome night, having a nice cold one. And Charlie Gableton says, hello, Edward. What's up? How you doing, man? Blues Rocker says scotch. Rat's Ass votes for bourbon. Winston Smith votes for bourbon. Charlie votes for bourbon. Tristan votes scotch. So bourbon winning so far. Chet says already drank 2 beers waiting. What are you drinking over there in Texas? You drinking fucking Shiner and shit? Sebastian Halfpenny says, getting ready to invest toward a Gretsch Electromatic. What would you recommend, the G5420 hollow body or G5222 solid body? I would be playing mainly blues and AC/DC. But if you want to do AC/DC, you might want to go for a solid body. That's what old Malcolm Young mostly played, but I have seen him with a White Falcon before. Now, the one I got's a hollow body, full hollow body. It's the 5420, I believe. It's an Electromatic. You know, that very low output guitar, not a very growly guitar. Kind of almost sounds like it's got single coils on it, even though it's humbuckers. Let's see. Michael Chardine says, Wild Turkey 101. Yeah, I drank Wild Turkey about 20 years ago, like last time I drank some, and my lawyer won't let me talk about that. Christy Bush says, Michael, great to hear, happy people. Sebastian says bourbon. Christy Bush, bourbon. Murray Hall, bourbon. Okay, I think bourbon's going to win this one. Wild Turkey 101, good for the money. All right, we'll do the bourbon. So this is one I never had before until I bought this bottle. It's called Bourbon. It's called Bourbon, of course. It's called Rebel Small Batch Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon, handcrafted according to our original recipe. Bardstown, Kentucky, 110 proof. Alrighty. Not bad stuff, you know, a little hot. Alrighty. Cheers, y'all, out of the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass, available below in the merch link. I promise my links don't lead to any Nazi t-shirts or nothing like that. Like fucking Kanye. Cheers. Salute, Kimpai. And get me a cigarette here. That stuff's got a little bit of fire in it right there. Wonder how is it aged? How old is it? It must be like young, like 3-year-old stuff. Like it's kind of got that Jack Daniels kind of twang to it, you know. Michael Chardine says, didn't grow up too far from Bardstown. Cool, cool. J1 says, bite him. Tristan says, what the heck in Ed's cyborg finger? Available online today. Get you one today. Christy Bush says, cheers, y'all. Ron says, rebel yell. Wonder what that sounded like back in the day. I don't know, like, yeah, or some shit. I have no idea. The Blues Rockers says, wife don't allow me to drink old granddad anymore. I don't blame her. I've had that stuff too. Ron Swanson says, cheers. Blues Rocker says, 100 proof. Rat's ass says, don't light fire too close to the exhale. Michael Chardine says, what is your take on Robert Johnson doing the one-man band thing in Memphis? Well, you know, all those pre-war country blues guys, they were just basically like, you know, you and a guitar. But, you know, a lot of times they'd get together, like, play in groups, like 2 or 3 of them, like at a Juke joint on a Saturday night. But, yeah, you pretty much had to be your own accompaniment back then, so they learned how to do the rhythm with their thumb and all that good stuff, and play the lead with their other 2 fingers. But yeah, a lot of times when they played like in you know, just bars and stuff, it'd be like 2 or 3 of them would show up. They'd play as like a little sort of half-ass band, you know. Tristan Graff says, smoking cigarettes and drinking gasoline, right? Ron says, I should have been mellowed better. Yeah, like if they don't put a date on it, or I mean like an age, it's probably about like Jack Daniels, probably like 3 years old, something like that. It's like, woo, Ric Flair, the Thumbbuster Brothers. You know, Ric Flair is still partying, man, with his 70-year-old ass, like getting into trouble and stuff. And William says, rock on, brother. Rat's ass says, give us one off your new album, Ed, if you can. All right, I'll play one in just a second. Michael Chardine says, where did you learn to pick like that? Well, my dad got me started. He actually started me off in like bluegrass and stuff. But well, he did have a Les Paul though. I learned to play some stuff on that. You know, he taught me some finger picking. D. Merck sends me a $10 super chat. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that very much. He says, amazing finger picking tonight. Thank you, Ed. Well, I appreciate that, man. William says, just got off work and got me a case of Yingling. Oh, cool. Yeah, Yingling ain't bad. I mean, at least it like tastes like something, you know. Ron Swanson says, right on, man. George Ordway says, have you watched Dire Straits' last concert from Australia? It was their last concert, or just the last on the leg of the tour. I haven't seen that. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, what was your first real guitar and do you still have it? The first acoustic I played on was an Alvarez, and that got stolen way back. The first electric I played on was my dad's Les Paul, and I still have that. It's an old 70s Les Paul custom. And talk about heavy, like I'm like 9, 10 years old, like trying to hold that damn thing on my leg. Let's see. Michael says, that's probably the worst beer in the United States. He's talking about Yingling. Nah, that shit's all right, you know. It works. Got a little color to it. Ron says, I've watched all the Dire Straits concerts, even went to see Mark once. Oh, damn, it says met him. He's the coolest down-to-earth dude. Damn, that's pretty cool. Shit. The guy that was in here like in the beginning, I don't think he's here anymore. What was the pseudonym he was using on here? His name's Josh. He actually got to meet Ringo, this guy I play in a band with. And he said he just looked like a little tiny old man, you know. George Ordway says, still drinking beer slushies. Hum good. Drinking slushies up there in the cold ass like wilderness of Maine. Damn. Sebastian Halfpenny says, have you ever tried Labatt Blue? They were trying to sell that in America like 20 years ago, and I bought some back then. I haven't seen it in a long time. That's a Canadian beer. It's just a regular old, you know, American style piss beer. I bought a 6-pack like 20 years ago. You don't see it anymore though. Michael says, let's hear you play the kit. Oh God, you wouldn't want to hear that. Fucking wife would probably come out here and shoot me. William says, Yingling, good enough for me. I tell you what. Ron says, my favorite was Alchemy. I never heard of that one. Blues Rocker says, met my wife 33 years ago tomorrow. Damn, y'all still together. That's cool. Michael Chardine, excuse me. Michael Chardine says, I'd rather drink Labatt than Yingling. My memories of Labatt Blue are kind of sketchy, but I remember it just being like a standard, like pea water type of beer, you know, like a Bud or something. I even bought Zima one time, man. There's my fucking 1990s credentials right there. I've drank Zima. Shit sucked. It tastes like Sprite mixed with kerosene or something. Now they, like, for a while, like, yeah, 20 years ago, they were playing these commercials on TV. It was like, you know, get yourself a Labatt's Blue, eh? You know, Canadian beer there, guy. And so I tried some. Just that one time. And Sebastian says, do they sell Alexander Keith's beer there? That was a beer that was made in Halifax. Not sure if they still do or not. I don't know of any Canadian beer that's for sale right now in any of the stores I go to. Kind of strange though. You know, they probably got some really good ones up there in the Pacific Northwest region. You know, around Vancouver, like that kind of area. Like Ron Swanson actually sent me a few craft beers from up there, like some pumpkin beer, and it was really good. Blues Rocker says, hated that shit too. Tristan Graff says, why drink beer anymore? LOL Zima. Yeah, good old Zima. I bought that one time, bought 1 6-pack of it. And I was underage when I got it. And Blues Rocker says, awful. Zima was awful. Yeah. Chet says, beaver syrup. Ron Swanson says Pilsner is good though. Yeah, get like a good Czech Pilsner, like Pilsner or Urquell or whatever it's called, or Urquell. That's a good Pilsner. William says we have Labatt in Asheville. Oh, okay, cool. Like Asheville, North Carolina. Rat's Ass says, Murray, did you get a storm up there, sir? A Blues Rocker says 33 years is like going on 4 life sentences. I bet. Christy Bush says, no kidding, Canadians are pissed at us. Oh yeah, they are, yeah. They would Trump like, you know, being a smart ass and all, like, you're going to make you the 51st state. Ron says, I'm not Ron says, I'm not Christy. Tristan says, hello, Ed and all. Good fun. And he says, good night. I'll see you later, Tristan. George Ordway says, guys, poker night before the families came in. I went to grab a beer and all the beers were gone, every single case. A good friend had set them outside to cool down. Asked how long ago. 20 minutes. Oh, they froze on you. That's how cold it is up there. Damn. Shit. Jeffrey Boyle says, Zima clear malt liquor. Yeah. Remember, like in the 90s, like they had this weird thing for clear stuff. Like they had like clear Pepsi for a while and clear soap and all kind of stuff like that. Yeah, I remember that. I think Zima was kind of playing on that. Like it's clear, that means it's more pure or whatever. Ron says, don't blame people for putting them in theirs first. I wish we did, actually. Michael Chardine says, from Grand Rapids, Michigan, the beer city. We have a lot of good craft beer if you're into that, but a shit ton of shitty beer. I'm sure something I've drank at some point was from Grand Rapids. Yeah, I mean, I've tried just about every beer available in this area, and and some that aren't available. Like I've bought stuff off the internet before. I'm in the fucking Westie 12 club. I've had a West Blederen 12 from Belgium. You know anything about craft beer? Ron Swanson says, yeah, tons of West Coast craft beer. Brian McGuire says, I like those Belgian styles on a cold night and a good stout. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I like me a stout too. A lot of them Belgian beers real high gravity too. But they'll warm your ass up. Christy says, thank you, Ron. Chet says, the hemisphere belongs to us. Murray Mall says, rat. We are supposed to, but it pooped out. We were supposed to, but it pooped out. Christy Bush says, I'm not an ass like that. Ron Swanson says, the people are upset, are mostly Trudeau supporters, which is our fascist dictator that won't get out of office. Yeah, he was supposed to leave office, wasn't he? Chet says, Gulf of America, bitch. Right. We got the Gulf of America now. Christy Bush says, exactly, Ron. Ron Swanson says they even made him resign, and he still won't leave. Don't he have like some kind of cutoff date that he's going to leave by or something like that? Like Justin Trudeau. Chet says, Galveston, OG pirate. I don't know. I mean, you know, Charleston's in South Carolina. Like Blackbeard fucking came through there, man. I might drink me a beer here, actually. All I got is like some pea water. I got like some damn Miller Lite. Had to be cheap today. Miller time. Michael Chardine sends $2. Thank you very much for that. Super chat. He says, going down south, R.L. Burnsides. I don't know that one. I'm sorry about that, man. I appreciate your super chat, though. Thank you very much for that. George Ordway says, election in March, I think, to replace him as party leader. Oh, okay. Oh, Justin Trudeau. Ron says, Canada is the richest resource per capita in the world, and we can't make ends meet right now because of corruption, regulation, and forking out hundreds of millions overseas for aid of one sort or another. Yeah, like yeah, we fork out a bunch of like useless money too here. Like I think the Don is like looking into that, and Elon Musk. Christy Bush says, I'm blushing. Michael Chardine says, party tune? Might play one. Steven Shooter says, nothing wrong with cheap beer, brother. Yeah, every now and then you got to buy cheap beer. Miller time. Blues Rocker says, know any Doors? Okay, yeah. Let's play a Doors song, Hill. What can we do? Let's do an off the wall one.
Drawing near, shadows of the evening crawl across the you walk across the floor with your flower in your hand, trying to tell me no one understands, treating your hours for a handful of dimes. Gonna make it, baby, in our prime. Get together one more time. 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 Together, baby, one more time. Get together, baby, one more time. Get together, baby, one more
time. There's some Doors. Had to do a deep cut. When I started playing in bands, like I would make bands play that because it's got 2 chords in it, because a lot of the musicians I was playing with weren't worth a fuck. So it'd be like, well, this one's got 2 chords, just brown, 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 all brown. Let me see. So we got here. Got a lot of comments here. Apologize if I can't read them all. Murray Mall says Iron City beer. I think I've had that before. Like one beer from them. Ron Swanson says he closed Parliament, which is Congress over there. Splash says long time no see. Love your music. I appreciate that. Ron says there's a literal lock on the door. Damn. Lighthouse Fitness says White Lightning is clear and won't freeze. Yep. But most liquor won't freeze. William says only beers I won't buy are Natty Daddies. Yeah, that's the beer I started on like as a teenager, like buy fucking Natty Ice. That's what I drank. Give you the worst hangover ever. Splash says, you gonna play some songs? Oh yeah, I played a bunch tonight. We'll be playing some songs throughout the evening. Sebastian says, I love the L.A. Woman album. Lots of bluesy stuff on that one. Yeah, Crawling King Snake was on there. But Ron Swanson says, most of us. William Lighthouse Fitness says, New Mexico's about to be New America. George Ordway says, spend a lot of time at JR's in Moncton, in Nebraska? Or no, NB? After I could drink legally in the U.S. Had friends that were 19 and we hang out across the border. It's somewhere in Canada. Okay. Michael Chardine says, all my worries are washed away when the guy plays and sings. I appreciate that, man. And let's see. Ron says, yeah, election in March, but he was supposed to be replaced by his party 2 weeks ago. Rat's Ass says, that's a good sign, Michael. Let me skip down here real quick. Ron says, congratulations on the Gulf of America. I wonder if that'll stick. Is it going to be on the globes and stuff now, on the maps and shit? George Ordway says, Canadian brew Molson, not down there. I've heard of Molson before. Yeah, I forgot about that one. I don't think I've ever tried it. Blues Rocker says, anyone around you making corn liquor? No, I wish. I don't have anybody to sell it to me now. I have to buy it at the damn store now. And he says, I'll take a jar. Sebastian Halfpenny says, favorite CCR album? I love the band for their blues side. John went into a direction I didn't expect with the country sound. Always thought we should have started a second band like Paul Rogers did. Honestly, I don't know the names of CCR's albums. I just know all their big songs and stuff. I didn't collect their records. Kind of a greatest hits guy with them. Ron Swanson says, yeah, we have so many stupid laws in Canada, but drinking age is 19. Well, that's cool. Yeah, because I was drinking at like fucking 16 or 15, something like that. How about Moosehead beer, another great Canadian brew? I believe I've heard that name before, never tried that. Chet says, make corn liquor. I used to in Minecraft. D. Merck says, G of A is on Google Maps now. Really? Damn. William says, are you an REM fan? Well, tangentially. Yeah, I mean, I never went out and bought any REM albums, like even back in the 90s. But I like their stuff. I kind of like their hits and stuff. Michael Chardine says, do you do any fishing? Yeah, that's about the only animal killing related thing I do. Like I don't really hunt. Not really my thing. I never enjoyed it very much, like freezing my ass off. I do like to fish though. Around here, you get brim and bass and crappie and stuff like that. Ron Swanson says, Moosehead too. Blues Rocker says, CCR riff Green River is an awesome riff. I might have played that before with a band. Shovel says, the Moose's Loop. What kind of beer is Moosehead? Ron Swanson says, we are top 3 in beer in the world now, no doubt. Damn, that's pretty cool. I mean, like the United States bounced back really good, starting about 20 years ago. It used to be like all you could find anywhere was like pea water, and we kind of bounced back. But Prohibition pretty much killed brewing in America. We came back from it. We probably got like a more variety of beers than they do in Europe now. Stephen Shooter says, Moosehead from Canada was great. Can't find it anywhere in Colorado. And Ron says, I do Blues Rocker. Blues Rocker says, give me one reason. Talking about that, what's her damn name? The chick played it. Give me one reason to stay here, and I turn right back around. Michael says, where are you from? Southeast area? Yeah, it's South Carolina. Juke Joint Jack says, what's your favorite open tuning? I kind of like the way like open D or / open E sounds. Sounds like a little bit meaner than the open G, like Spanish tuning. You know, it's got a little more kind of bite to it, I guess. Shovel says, Moosehead is gone, seems I remember. Rat's Ass says, I used to drink a beer named Brown Derby 40 years ago, but it was only available in Virginia. Yeah, never seen that one. Sebastian Halfpenny says, Nova Scotia is a lobster fishing hub. Locally here, we have one fisherman that ended up shot by the old man who traps. He had been cutting for 20 years. Damn. You can't even find a live lobster in the grocery store anymore around here. Like when I was a kid, you could. Like every grocery store had them. There's one in town that's got them now. Rat's Ass says it was good. Ron Swanson says make clear whiskey in international waters. Yeah, I'll go out on a boat like off the coast and make some make some corn liquor. And Juke Joint Jack says Tracy Chapman, right? Okay, yeah, that's saying give me one reason. I first saw her on SNL, which is the musical guest. William says, you a Pantera fan, Ed? I didn't listen to them too much. I know there are like 2 or 3 songs they had that were really big. But regardless, I'm going to be seeing them in June because they're opening for Metallica. I got tickets to see Metallica. Suicidal tendencies. Michael Chardine sends $5. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that super chat. He says, I know it's annoying, but possible to play Where Did You Sleep Last Night? All right. I'll repeat that one. I played it earlier. In fact, I played it one time, and then I played a piece of it for another guy that sent a super chat. I'll play that one for y'all one more time. Smoke this cigarette right here. Hope that don't run too many people off like me repeating a song and stuff, but Ron says they changed the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America on Google Earth already. Damn, I have to check that out. Ron says people aren't doubting him to do what he says anymore. Yeah. Damn Trump fucking hit the ground running, I'll tell you that. William says, where the hell are you seeing Metallica? In Charlotte or South Carolina? I've seen them in Atlanta. He says, I got tickets to Charlotte. Yeah, it'd be in Atlanta. Shovel says, which casino are they appearing at? They're going to be at the Mexican-Irish pub on Peachtree Street in Atlanta. George Ordway says, Canada, stock on American-made liquor just in case the tariff wars continue in a few weeks. Yeah, I heard about they took a bunch of American liquor off the shelves in like at least one province, or I don't know if it was the whole country. Ron says, you're the man, Michael. Might as well get to tuning this 12 string here. Ron says, not the same without Dimebag. Yeah, that's what I thought. When I heard that Pantera was going to be opening for Metallica, I was like, what, aren't half of them dead and stuff? Vinnie Paul's dead. Dimebag's dead. I think they got, Phil Anselmo, the singer. I think it's kind of like a Leonard Skinner type thing where they got like one guy that's still alive and shit. Michael says, sorry guys, didn't know he played this earlier. I'll do it for you. They killed this cigarette. Blues Rocker says, I just seen a recent video of Kenny Wayne Shepherd today and his vocals were impressive. Yeah, I didn't listen to him too much. Like, you know, I had to play Blue on Black in bands and stuff. But, you know, Blue on Black, here on the river. Sebastian says, have you ever listened to the band Nazareth? I love their Razmanaz album from 1973. One of the first songs I remember hearing was as a kid. I heard plenty of Nazareth from my dad. Like, he was into 70s rock and stuff. You know, I actually got a Nazareth album somewhere down there. I don't know if people know this, but Love Hurts was written by the same couple that wrote Rocky Top. And the Everly Brothers played it back in the 50s. So yeah, Nazareth did not write Love Hurts. All right, damn cigarette. Shovel says, whiskey drinking woman, have to learn the words and all that. Blues Rocker says, I didn't know that about Nazareth. Yeah, most of my life I didn't know that. I just found it out somehow. Yeah, look it up on YouTube. You can find the Everly Brothers singing it back in the 50s. Rat's Ass says, please don't Judas, please. And Judas is my favorite Nazareth tune. That was called Please Don't Judas Please. Okay, yep. About 10 years ago, I was in a band and they tried to make me sing Love Hurts. And if you can imagine that, like me trying to hit those vocals, like I couldn't do it. Sebastian says, yeah, Nova Scotia, from where I gather, is the only province that pulled the American liquor. Stupid logic. So I guess y'all are stuck with like Seagram 7 and shit. The Blues Rocker says, a Hair of the Dog album was all killer, no filler. Yeah, that was the one with well, the Hair of the Dog song. Now you're messing with her, son of a bitch. Blues Rocker says, please don't Judas me was the name of it. Okay. Rat's Ass says, please don't Judas me. It should have read. Cheers. Turkey time again. Got that wild turkey there. Steven Shooter says, Hair of the Dog. Christy Bush says, please don't Judas me. Sebastian Halfpenny says, Changing Times was on that one. All right, let's see here. And the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie, I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and
we shivered when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, you cause me to leave my home. In the pines, where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows.
Alrighty. That's the third super chat I've got to play that one tonight. That's a very lucrative song. I guess it's my hit right now. But I appreciate that though. Let me read a couple of these here. George Ordway says, we blew up our dams when I was a kid instead of making ladders for the fish. Lost a sustainable electric power grid called Bangor Electric Hydro Company. Still have some of those old bills, cheap. Damn. The Blues Rocker says, Hair the Dog's the name for a shot. He says, shot time. Yeah, we'll do a shot. After I read a few of these. Well, I'll let y'all go ahead and vote, you know. You know, bourbon, scotch. Bourbon, scotch. What do y'all say? Chet says, where did I sleep last night? Your mom's house. You should have came and hung out, man. My mom lives like right down the driveway from me. Michael Chardine says, smile just widen more, thag. Ron Swanson says, did you guys know that a Canadian musician named Gordon Lightfoot was one of the most successful songwriters in American history? Yeah, didn't he write like the Edmund Fitzgerald? Yeah, I remember some of his stuff. Christy Bush says, I wore that album out several times. Ron Swanson says, we have international liquor in Canada everywhere. Blues Rocker says, Carefree Highway and Old Dan's Records. Shovel says, 12 string sounds crispy this way. I appreciate that. George Ordway says, Edmund Fitzgerald, if you know it. I don't know it. Rat's Ass says, I'm sitting on top of the world. I played that one earlier, actually. Chris says, bourbon. He votes for bourbon. Lisa Kozik says, please, can you say, what's the name of that bluegrass band you're going to see this weekend? They're called the Cody Norris Show. Yeah. I still have the CD around here. I don't think I have. Yeah. Yeah, the Cody Norris. Just old-fashioned bluegrass, like no hipster stuff. Sebastian Halfpenny says the Guess Who band with Burton Cummings was a good band from the 1960s and 70s here. I highly recommend you check out their blues numbers. Glace Bay Blues and Humpty's Blues would fit your style nicely. But yeah, I mean, fucking Guess Who's one of my favorite rock bands of all time. Like, yeah, I've been listening to them for a long time. I can play some of their stuff on the piano. George Ordway says the other one. Blues Rocker says, In the Pine sounds better on the Martin to me. Yeah, I mean, 12 string sounds kind of, you know, muddled sometimes. Christy Bush says, could you please play In the Pines? Blues Rocker says, Scotch. Let's see. So we got a vote for Scotch here. Christy Bush says Scotch. Michael Chardine says fish ladders are very important, especially to migratory fish. Dams need to be imploded. Ron Swanson says he wrote for Johnny Cash, Bob Dylan, Marty Robbins, Elvis, Peter, Paul, and Mary, many more. Talking about Gordon Lightfoot. And people are voting Scotch. Looks like Scott's going to win this one. Lisa Kozik says, thank you. I'll check out Cody Norris. Yeah, I've hung out with him and stuff. Like, great guy. Let's do some Scotch. Alrighty. Ooh, almost out. Let's see here. What you got here? Damn. A little bit. Alright. Cheers, y'all, from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Blackie Ted says, next time you do a gig, you should live stream it for us. Yeah, I mean, it'd be a technical nightmare. I could try it. It'd probably sound like shit, too. I'd probably have one mic to mic it up with. I mean, might try that one day. Shovel says they're called Billy Strings, something or other. Yeah, Billy Strings. He's a good guitar player, good flat picker. Blues Rocker says, yeah, oh yeah, talking about the Scotch vote. Rat's Ass says Cummings was a damn good singer. Yeah, one of the best singers in 70s, 60s rock. Michael Chardine says, no sugar in my coffee, no sugar tonight. Yeah, that's a Guess Who song. No sugar tonight in my coffee, no sugar tonight in my tea. For some reason, the Guess Who was like one of the few bands that my dad would tolerate that wasn't, you know, like hard, like metal, like Ted Nugent type stuff. Like he loved the Guess Who. It was like one of the few 60s bands he liked. Hingleton says, ever heard of Clutchy Hopkins? I don't think so. Blues Rocker says, I bet you enjoyed that shot. Yeah, I likes me some Scotch. George Ordway says, we talked about Nazareth a bit ago. Smoke on the Water history lesson. I'm not sure what their connection to Smoke on the Water would be. It's got a connection to, you know, Deep Purple and Frank Zappa. Sebastian says cheers. Murray Oil says cheers. Got a few cheers here. Ron says cheers. Blues Rocker says the cigar box fixed yet. Nah, I ain't got it fixed yet. Michael Chardine says they rip. Christy Bush says cheers, y'all. Blues Rocker says I bet your dad loved BTO, didn't he? Yeah, you like BTO too. Yeah. Of course, you know, Randy Bachman came from the Guess Who. Or Randy Bachman, or however you say it. William says, any advice for a youngster? I'm 23, been flat picking since I was like 10. It's the only thing I know. I'm not like an expert on flat picking, but you know, as far as like bluegrass style stuff, I did grow up playing bluegrass, but mostly playing rhythm guitar. But a lot of times it helps to kind of angle your pick a little bit, not hit it flat on. Yeah, see, I'm not no fucking brilliant guy at it. And that's just like, it's like a medium Fender pick I'm using here, and just kind of angling it just a little bit. Kind of helps you, you know, do that kind of stuff easier. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business, and I'll be right back. Alrighty. I got one, speaking of flat picking, or, you know, maybe more like Carter picking. Do Under the Double Eagle. Because tuned. Not tuned. Well, that's close. That's actually one my dad taught me to play. Yeah, Under the Double Eagle. Learned that way back in the day. Oh, damn it. Felipe Augusto de Azevedo says, Muito obrigado. Well, I appreciate that. And he says, Uno da madrugada na Brazil. Eu esperando para curtir esse som. Yeah. I wish I knew Portuguese. This is Ed giving us a bit of Roy Clark. He was a good guitar picker. Rat's Ass says Roy Clark was an awesome musician. Yeah, he was an awesome all-around guy. Like, he played banjo and all that stuff too. Hingleton says, I agree with Rat. Blues Rocker says, yes, and he loved Corn on the Cob. Murray Mall says Rat knows. Ron says, that's sick, Ed. I appreciate that. And he says, Smooth. Canadian Steve says, hi, Ed. Last I saw you, you were sick. Glad to see you healthy and sounding great. Yeah, I'm still a bit scratchy in the throat, but I'm pretty much over it. Sebastian says, album is currently still in mid stages as my engineer has developed hearing loss, like just in the past year. Very good approach to production and audio. Yeah, I'll tell you a few things about mixing and not being able to hear worth a shit. I've done that. Hingleton says, ever started a fire with the guitar on accident? Too fast to picking is dangerous. Always wanted to light one on fire with lighter fluid like Hendrix did. That'd be pretty cool. Christy Bush says, only one word for this, yeehaw. Right. It's like that fucking Carter style picking, you know, that Carter scratch. Hingleton says, Chet Atkins acting up. Ron Swanson says Chet had an educated thumb. Yeah, he could finger pick. Yeah. Felipe says Nosa voce fala português muito bem. Now I don't speak Portuguese, but thank you, man. Ron Swanson says impossible to play. Hingleton says I love Chet. Chet version and Guitar God. Sporty Otter Pop says hello it. What's up? How you doing there? Blues Rocker says a cream would be great to kickstart the night. Yeah, hell, think of a good Cream song. I have to think of one. George Ordway says folks are sounding off the Maine woods. David Thoreau. My place is David Thoreau. My place is in the book. Huh? Talk about Henry David Thoreau. Shit. Yeah, I read Walden. Ron Swanson says, do you ever hear Neck and Neck, the album made by Mark Knopfler? I haven't heard that. Christy Bush says banjo. I'll tell you what, I'll whip it out. Ron Swanson says little claw hammer maybe, Christy. Shovel says, how about an original dealer's choice? All right, I'll play one off the record after I embarrass myself with a little banjo. Canadian Steve says, what's your next shot, Ed? Not even sure. I might do one a little bit. Where is that thing? Alrighty. Banger.
millionaire. Ken folks said, Jed, move away from there. Said California is the place you gotta be. So he loaded up the truck and he moved to Beverly Hills, that is. Swimming pools, movie stars.
A little bit of banjo music. And let's see, who said earlier, was it Shevel? I think wanted to hear like a song off the album. All right, we'll do that. Any request for a song off the record? Hingleton says, just imagine the birds you could scare off the farm like while just jamming. right. The fucking banjo. What we got here? Christy says, you're a picking, we're a grinning. Right, some old hee-haw stuff. Sporty says, no, he's shadowing me for my great taste, Ron. Ron says, you're too human for that, I'm afraid. Chet says, dinosaurs died? What? When did that happen? Damn. Shit. Rat's ass said, yep, thank you. Felipe says, he gives me some Portuguese there. He says, Pareche que ten paisanos tocando al mismo tiempo. I appreciate it. Sporty Otter says, bloggers a figment of our imaginations. He says, that's right, I'm not real, LOL. Any fucking any song off the new album y'all'd like to hear? Like any request for a particular song off that record? Sporty Otter says, Edward, can you tell us a word about banjo tuning? It confuses me totally. It's just open G. So let me show y'all here. You got D, G, B, and D. Then up here on top, you got the drone string. It's in G's. It's like a high G. It's just open G tuning. Water here. Ron says, how about Let It Flow? Okay, that's a good song off the album. Damn, hair's poofing out. And Christy Bush says, Old Man. All right, we'll do Let It Flow. I haven't played that in a while. Might do Old Man in a little bit. Okay, song off the new album I put out, I think last November. And it's kind of a rockabilly song here, you know, drinking song. But my voice was trashed on that one too, like. Bring out the good stuff. Lord, you gotta let it Rat's Ass says lay down and die. I probably played, yeah. All right. Canadian Steve says off your album, I think it's Time just like Jimmy. The old man kind of sounds like Jimmy. Hangleton says Neil Young melts my heart. Hangleton says shuffle on drums not easy. Yes, it's kind of weird playing a shuffle. That's got more of a swing beat there, though. Sporty says, need to find my saddle shoes for this one. Hingleton says, yet the guitar just cruises. Yeah, that's one guitar track on there, too. And Josh M says, Outside Woman. I'll play that one a little bit. Ron says, hell yeah. Blackie Ted says, is it on iTunes? It's on Bandcamp. Link below. Sporty Otter says, is there a standard tuning for banjo? It nearly sounds like they can be tuned with a wind. There's many different tunings for a banjo, but in bluegrass music, it's mostly G, open G. There's a lot of different tunings, though. And I'll let this one play for Christy Bush. Ron says they're asking where they can get the album. Just link below. There's like a link to Bandcamp. Rat's Ass says one man show. Well done, Ed. I appreciate that. Ron says it's on the Patreon and Bandcamp. Yeah, it's on YouTube with ads, with ads and stuff on it. Sporty Otter says, yes, it's swing, not shuffle. Yeah, there's a few shuffles on that record, though. It's kind of my homage to Hendrix or possibly even Robert Trower. Murray Mall says, I had dinner with Tut Taylor, Vassar Clements, Norman Blake, and John Hartford. I've met John Hartford when I was a kid, yeah. Cool. I have to tell you the John Hartford story in just a minute. It's kind of funny. Hangleton says Dean made a 6-string banjo, $300. Yeah, it's like a guitar. Yeah, I saw that. Rat's Ass says, but you're a superstar, Merman. Sporty says he's a superstar, Rat's Ass, and nice dude. Sebastian says, highly anticipating CD release. I will order as soon as possible to have my CD player in my car. Yeah, I'm going to get it out on physical CD pretty soon here. Lisa says, Robin is the man, talking about Robin Trower. Oh, yeah. Blackie Ted said, is that what you sound like when you do a gig? I try to. I try to. That's me, like, playing all the instruments on there. So. Did the drums and bass and all that shit. Hangleton says Ed is the new Trower. Oh, shit. Sporty Otter says, I need to send you some real beer from here, Edward. So it's all that can. Yeah, oh yeah. Hey, we got German beer here. Got my Hefeweizen glass right here. Lisa says, saw Trower in Tennessee. Great show. Man, I never got to see him. I'd love to see him. Sporty says, but the tariffs. And Ron says, would you play some SRV, please? Yeah, I'll do that in a second. Yeah. Sporty says, Robin Trower's grandiose life. I agree, Lisa. And she says, yes, we've been a fan of Ed's for years. Appreciate that. Fuck shit damn says, do you play the mandolin too? Yeah, I do. My mandolin's in disrepair right now. It's, yeah, the fucking the neck is coming off of it. See.
Catching up with you soon.
Yeah, that's the new album. You know, all electric. You know, some more traditional blues stuff on there, some more rocky stuff. I've also got the old album. Edward Phillips Plays the Country Blues. That's an acoustic record. And that's linked below on Bandcamp. Going to try to get a CD out on some of that stuff, but it's downloadable right now. Available on Yeezy.com. George Ordway, Bandcamp, sorry. George Ordway says, Sebastian, I love to hear your stuff. I've watched to hear as a constructive critic. I find your voice. You are hurting a good voice by chasing popular tunes. Stay in your range. Yeah, I'd actually try to change the key on stuff when I can't like hit the range of some song. Shovel says a little bit of sympathy. Sporty says, Shovel, I want to say something makes me happy to be meeting you regular here at Ed's place. Hangleton says, IPAs were created so to be sent overseas. I'm not a trust UPS. I'm not a trust UPS. Yeah. IPA was invented to ship to India from Britain. So they put more hops in it to make it, last longer. Sebastian says, I was playing Robert Johnson on my Epiphone mandolin. Sounded oddly close to the old recording's vintage sound. Let's see. Sporty Otter says IPAs were made to contrast the good beer for us. Kind of easy to get tired of IPAs. Shovel says mutuality. Hingleton says big ups to the chat. Sporty says indeed, Hingleton. Fuck shit damn says, oh, that sucks. Did you repair by yourself, or do you have a guitar tech? No, I don't have a guitar tech. I just fix my own stuff. I still got to glue that neck back on. But, let's see. Ron Swanson wanted to hear some Stevie Ray Vaughan. We'll do some of that. Tune this bastard. Here we go. Let's see what we got here. Sorry if I can't read all y'all's comments. Too many these days. Jeffrey Albertson says, we need an arc down here in Georgia. About to wash away. Been storming all day. It's raining like a little bit here. It's like drizzling and stuff. Sporty Otter says, I'm going to try a long shot, Ed. Send your stuff to a Chicago blues DJ. Have direct contact on a Facebook. Cross fingers. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Let's see. Ron says, the song that Edward was just playing before was Sweet Home Chicago. That's what I started with, like when I started the stream. Hingleton says, got me practicing again. Thanks, crew. George Ordway says, I know he was coming down with the flu, and that's why Eric changed places with him. Sebastian says, sure. Sporty says, right on, Hingleton. Keep on practicing. Shovel says, regular Jim Dandy. All right. Rat's Ass says, great job, Ed. Appreciate that. Ron says, smoking. Thank you very much. Sebastian says, awesome job, brother. Felipe says, very good. Thank you, man. Thank you for that. Ron says, thanks, Ed. See what we got here in the backlog. Sebastian says, Hoping to get my album released soon. Heavy elements of CCR, Zeppelin, AC/DC, and the Rolling Stones. But there's originality in there as well. Well, that's cool, man. Can't wait to hear it. Let me see here. Rat's Ass says cheers. I guess Rat's Ass is doing a shot. Sporty Otter says, look up Tom Marker, WXRT Chicago, best friend in real life of Buddy Guy. He definitely has the Chicago blues connection. Oh, damn, cool. Okay, I'll look him up. Hingleton says SRV played with Bowie too. Yeah, like when he first started. Yeah, when he first got big, at least when he got discovered, he actually played with Bowie when he was making his first record, like when he was doing Texas Flood. Which he did in Jackson Browne's studio. William says, damn, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. He was in like a Bowie video, I believe. Sporty says, that is who will send your music to a friend of mine from HS. Grew up to be a DJ there. How can reach Marker direct now? Friend of mine from high school. Okay. Cool. Lisa Kozik says, I got to see SRV 3 times. Damn, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I never got to see him. I was too young, like when he died. And what was it, like about 1990, something like that he died? Around that time, 89, 90, 91. I would have been like 7. And Ron says, that's awesome, Lisa. I wish. Sporty Otter says, was there at his last show, SRV's. Damn, that's crazy. So Clapton would have been there too. I think he played with Clapton. I think he was on Clapton's helicopter. Sporty says, have the ticket stub even. William says, y'all got Harris Theater down in South Carolina? Or Harris Teeter. I don't think I know him. Let's see, Ron Swanson says earlier. Let me, I think I'll do a shot here. Sporty Otter says, yeah, at first we thought it was Clapton who died in Chicagoland when the news first broke. Yeah, he was on Eric Clapton's helicopter, I believe. Blackie Ted says, did you look up Tom Bresh, Merle Travis's son? Great thumb picking. I still have it written down on this piece of paper here. And I neglected to look it up. I'm a fucking forgetful, absent-minded fucking person. Ron Swanson says, ticket stub is worth big money. Let's look up some Tom Bresh here. Let's check it out. Let me cut off my background music here. I'll pull this up. So this guy is the son of Merle Travis. Let's see here. Let me pull it up on the screen here.
Songs, but he had a bunch of hits in the 40s, and they were all what I call ditty songs. Like, and he had a lot of trouble on him because he was considered he's considered a little risque for his time. Like this song is risque. It's not now, of course. You say, well, what's risque about it? You couldn't use the word divorce. I just bought me a great long ticket. I'm gonna use it at 4 p.m. So you can call your
fucking voice kind of sounds like him.
Your secret love and tell the news to him. You thought your little romance was on the strict QT. Well, if you want your freedom, PDQ, divorce me, COD.
That's kind of interesting, like the mics he has here. He's got like a stereo mic. Got 2 pencil condensers. I guess it's in stereo. That's cool.
See? On a QT, PDQ, divorce me, COD.
Usually only see that on like making recordings and stuff, like records.
Yeah, he was clever that way. He did this one about, they were all radio slogans, commercials. Let me see. Oh yeah, here it is. So round, this is a radio commercial now, each one. So round, so firm, so fully packed. Yeah, that's my gal. She's so complete from front to back. That's a Chevy, I think. That's my pal. Well, roasted by the sun. And I'm a son of a gun. If she don't make my 5 o'clock shadow come around at 1, you can bet your boots I'd walk a mile. Camel, remember what? Through the snow, just to see that toothpaste smile they mention on the radio. If you don't think she's a lot of fun, just ask a man that owns one. So round, so firm, so fully packed. Yeah, that's my gal. And here's another one that I was like,
damn, he's getting it, man.
well, I like my chicken frying size when hanging around my pen. I like 'em young and tender, not so wise like some old stew in the end. She's done seen a lot of every rooster in the flock. Yeah, I like my chicken frying size when I get my skillet hot.
Damn, he plays just like him. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I didn't know Merle Travis had a son. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty damn cool. Sporty says, flamenco is my next genre to conquer. Good luck on that. I tried to fuck with flamenco. Like, it's very fucking hard. Especially the time signatures. It's a completely different kind of guitar playing. You basically have to relearn to play the guitar, at least on this hand, on your left hand. Right hand, I'm sorry. Yeah, you got to learn like 12/8 time signatures. Very strange type of music. And Shovel says, I would imagine anything nowadays. Sporty says, a world shovel, things have gone absolutely mad. Ron says, it's the toughest for sure, technically speaking. Yeah, flamenco is very tough. Hingleton says, I'm aware I'm the least musical, but I love it here. I feel it's smart to surround myself with people better than me. Shovel says, Tom's acoustic sounds cherry. Yeah, that guitar did sound good, like the way they had it mic'd. It was like in a stereo mic pattern. Ron says, I have trouble. I could never memorize all the sheet music. And Hingleton says, Taj Mahal worthy. Ron says, cool. Sporty Otter says, the rhythms and counting I can do, and the progressions. I'm learning the alt chords of flamenco now. Well, a lot of sevenths, like in flamenco, like seventh chords. Ron says, shot, we'll do a shot. Sporty Otter says, Taj Mahal was my music shaman. Yeah, he wrote, she called the Katie in, gave me a mule to ride. Hingleton says, also great work, mods. Salute. Blues Rocker says, do you know the tune, Hey Baby? If you could, please play Great White Buffalo. I know the riff to Hey Baby. Do like a little bit of that, and we'll do a shot here. Hey Baby. You know.
Listen, everybody, what I gotta say. Hope for tomorrow. We're waking up today. Happened long ago, yeah. In the new magic land. Inches and the buffalo. Existed hand in hand, yeah. Came the white man with a stick in empty head, yeah. Couldn't see past the billboard. With all the buffalo did. It was sad, it was sad.
A little bit of Ted Nugent there by request. Okay, what kind of shot y'all want to do? Got the 12-year-old Cuddy Sark Scotch or the Rebel Bourbon? What do y'all say, Scotch or bourbon? Murray Mall says 90. See y'all soon. See you later, man. You have a good one. Sporty Otter says, I like his satisfied and tickled too. Nearly the best because it calms me and makes me happy again. And Shovel says, I like the flamenco up position the older I get. Dennis Troy says, more guitar. Oh, yeah. And Angleton says, no one's better, Ed. You are dope. I appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, T think Troy just had a guitar-gasm. Sporty says, the kilt-wearing beverage. Casey says, Scotch. Angleton says, a dealer's choice. I'll vote for Scotch. Dennis Troy says HAA. Ordway says a SRV 2 hours after he accompanied everyone on the helicopter into the man-made mountain that was not on our aviation charts. It had been reported yet to our chart service. Shit. Huh. Company was not on our aviation charts. It had been reported yet to our chart service. So you like a like an aviation guy? Blues Rocker says Scotch. Hingleton says in one beer. Ron says, I have one from Mexico my grandma bought me when I was 6. It's so dried out it sounds great with the Diodario strings. Talking about a classical guitar. They actually make classical acoustics that are pretty much tailored for like flamenco playing. They're thinner. They got like a plastic pick guard on them because flamenco guys like beat the fucking guitar and they wear holes in them, you know, because the wood in classical guitar is very thin. Ron votes Scotch. And Felipe says ecstasy. Rat's ass says Scotch. We'll do Scotch. Alrighty. Oh, Jesus. That's all of it. About half a shot. Okay, Scotch done for tonight. What do you say we spice it up a little bit? This is probably going to be horrible. One bourbon, one Scotch, and one beer. All right, here we go. Cheers, y'all. Kim Pai, L'chaim, Salud, all that good stuff. George Ordway says the chart showed plenty of clearance over the flight. So what you are you like a kind of an air traffic guy or something like that? I believe the guy flying the helicopter was flying like VFR and yeah, like didn't know it was like a ski slope or some shit that was there and he ran into it. And Hingleton says ticket I will keep since they invited about 30 handicapped kids who loved it. Ron Swanson says bourbon for the rest of the night. Yeah, pretty much is all I got left. Sporty says half a shot's better than no shot, but a full shot with Scotch and bourbon mixed is, well, I wouldn't say it's better, but it's, you know, it'll get you there. Sebastian says, hey Ed, what are your thoughts on Elixir guitar strings? I ran a set of nano webs on my Yamaha acoustic, played them pretty well much every day, and they lasted nearly 5 months. I normally use Ernie balls. I think I've only had Elixir strings one time, and I can't remember my opinion on them because I only used them once, like years ago. I mostly use Ernie Ball. Shovel says, I was surprised that much Scotch still remained. And Hingleton says, Steppenwolf won my heart late in the game. Got like a Steppenwolf record down here. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Called for Ladies Only. Really good album. And don't tell YouTube I showed y'all this car, but that's a car. Yeah. Yeah, Steppenwolf, very good band. Hingleton says, are Elixirs still the priciest? I think they're pretty pricey. Rat's Ass says it's never too late to get into Steppenwolf. Yeah, don't step on the grass, Sam. I had this band like years ago, and I wanted to cover the Pusher Man. The goddamn the Pusher, and they wouldn't do it because they were Christians and they didn't want to say goddamn in a song, so I couldn't do it. Yeah. Blues Rocker says, I have any JB left. JB, what's that standing for? JB. He says, I hate Elixir. I used them one time. I don't remember what my opinion of them was. I'm really not too picky about strings. I just buy Ernie balls because that's what people play. And Blues Rocker says, whiskey, you talking about Jim Beam? I ain't never had no Jim Beam. Well, I mean, I've drank it, but I don't buy it, you know. Of course I've had it, but you know what I mean. Blues Rocker says they felt dead talking about elixirs. Sporty Otter says, I've been into Long John Baldry of late because I hadn't explored him enough. That man was a genius of music. I had to look him up. He could be a boogie woogie so fine. Set up by Marshall says, my take on strings, they can be worn out because they're dirty and sound dull. However, most are worn out due to strings being bent at frets. Intonation will be totally gone. Right. Yeah, I think it's kind of both. Blues Rocker says, whiskey. Rattle and Roll says, JB pickup. Oh, okay. Rat and Roll. JB. What the fuck is a JB pickup though? JB. I don't think I've ever had any JB pickups. Blues Rocker says that they're coated and dull. Hingleton says, I used to be in a church-only band. We named our band Devotion without realizing all our gigs went to churches. No regrets. The band I was just talking about, like they all went completely Christian on me. Like after a few practices, like I was trying to do a bunch of rock songs and stuff as a rock band. They were like, we're going Christian rock now. We're going to play churches. I was like, what? See y'all the fuck later. You know. Set up by Marshall says, run your fingers over them and you can feel the bends at each fret. That's true. Yeah. Them strings get old. Like you'll start feeling like a little bump in the string, like around the frets and stuff. Blues Rocker says, isn't that yellow bottle behind you, JB? No, I ain't got no Jim Beam back there. Not a big fan of Jim Beam. Sporty says, look him up. Your fans would like him too. Rat and Roll says, Seymour Duncan. Oh yeah, Seymour Duncan's got some good pickups. I got one in the house I need to put in some guitar. Like it's loose. I believe it's like a one you can put on a coil tap too. Ron says, my flamenco has only 13 frets above the cutter body. Damn. That's crazy. Blues Rocker says, Pearly Gates were my favorites. I guess that'd be Billy Gibbons strings. Let me see what Sporty Otter is sending me here. Long John Baldry.
Great.
Let me get past the ad here.
The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses easily reach thousands.
Cut my background music off.
You know, I remember a few years ago, some funny things used to happen to me. About 1956, 57. At that time, there was no blues scene or not really.
Is he like a piano player?
Any kind of scene in London. I used to go out and play my guitar in the streets and sing things with passing the hat round. I remember one particular night, I was playing my guitar in a little alleyway just off of Wardour Street in Soho. And,
just off of fucking Wardour Street in Soho.
got busted by the police. As police
Them cops there don't have guns. You can beat the fuck out of them.
came up and dragged me and my guitar and my hat full of pennies off to the police station. Anyway, the next day, I had to appear in Marlborough Street Police Court.
Fucking Marlborough Street. He's a British guy here.
And it was quite a day. Police officer giving his evidence. I was proceeding in a southerly direction, my lord, when I heard strange sounds coming from a Wardour Place, my lord. A sort of
That is some fucking badass piano playing there.
boogie-woogie music was being played. On further investigation, I saw the defendant standing there with a guitar and an old hat on the floor, collecting pennies. Well, I decided that he was contravening a breach of the peace there, as there was a traffic jam about 5 miles long down Wardour Street, wondering what all the fuss was about. So then I arrested the defendant. Just 1 moment, officer.
You got a license for that?
What is this boogie-woogie music here you were talking about?
Boogie
Oh, well,
woogie.
my lord, said the officer, getting out his notebook, obviously been doing up his homework. Is a kind of jazz rhythm music peculiar to the American Negro. Oh,
He said a naughty word.
what was the defendant doing playing this kind of music there in Wardour Street? Anyway, I got off with a caution. A year's conditional discharge. But I'll always remember that policeman and his boogie-woogie. So don't try to lay no boogie-woogie on the king of rock and roll.
Okay, now we got a full band here. That's some cool shit there. I like that. Look at some more of his stuff. So yeah, the boogie woogie. Historically, I'll give you the history on it. Boogie music comes from Texas, like East Texas. It was done on the piano. It's basically like it's the bass lines, like your left hand lines is what made it. Like just like bom ba bom ba bom ba bom ba bom bom ba bom ba bom, and it was kind of a precursor to rock and roll. And I'll show y'all here. This fucking song here was a big hit back in the 1920s. It's called Pine Tops Boogie. Pine Tops Boogie Woogie. Now, people think that like Pine Top Perkins played it, who played with like Muddy Waters and all them people, but it was written by another guy named Pine Top Smith back in 1929. Now, like just imagine like a drum set behind this. It could be a rock and roll song in the 20s. Vocalion Records.
on top of the truck. I want everybody to dance just like I tell you. And when I say hold yourself,
Yeah, it's just dance music.
Stop.
Right?
When I say stop, don't move a peg. And when I say get it, everybody do a boogie woogie. Hold yourself now. Boogie woogie.
I mean, yeah, that could have been a Jerry Lee Lewis song, really. Back in the 20s. That's boogie woogie. It's basically like what the left hand on the piano is doing, like bum 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 bum. Comes from East Texas originally. Frank Morgendorfer says LJB, an influential 1960s bluesman from the UK. Just ask Eric Clapton. And Sporty says exactly, Frank. Everybody we know was touched by LJB. Ron says Jim Beam sucks, no doubt. Yeah. I don't buy no damn Jim Beam. That's too far down the fucking totem pole for me. Like I can afford like at least like $30 liquor and not $20 liquor. But Canadian Steve says I never tried Jim Beam. Opinions on Jack Daniels. I don't like Jack Daniels either. I fucking like Gentleman Jack, like the good stuff they make. The Blues Rocker says sometimes referred to as jig piano or piano thumping. Ragtime originated in African American communities in the Mississippi Valley. That's true. Sporty says playing along with One Love Me, a Boogie Woogie. Blues Rocker says I must have started with the Crossroads too. Sporty says a boogie is a walking bass line. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. But they had some pretty fancy walks. There was some musicologist who tried to find the exact town that Boogie Woogie came from. He actually zeroed in on some town in East Texas because, like as you radiate like farther out from that town, the damn boogie lines got like more and more complex, and so he found the simplest boogie lines on the piano in this one town in East Texas. Kind of interesting, like an academic study in music. And Catherine Johnson says Barrel House Chuck was a great one. I have to listen to some of his stuff. Rat and Roll says, have you heard of Bo Carter? I've heard the name, not too familiar with what he did. Have to look him up. Here's some of his stuff. Rat's Ass says tech back then was better than lots of people realize. You got the real sound. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, like back in them days, that they were like taking around these mobile record lathes and just cutting stuff directly onto an aluminum disc as they were playing it. Out of Time says a staple on a WNEW FM radio in New York City back in the 70s. Sporty Otter says for a modern boogie, a Jules Holland is the man, formerly of Squeeze. He has some fab boogies up on UB with Charlie Watts. Talking about the drummer from the Stones. Sporty Otter says you are absolutely right. Rat's Ass, analog for the win. Yeah, I'd love me some analog shit. I got a damn reel-to-reel tape machine in the house. I got to fix it. It's like needs repairs because they always need repairs. That's why people don't use them now. Always fucked up, Got to maintain them. Sebastian Halfpenny says, have you ever tried Captain Morgan White Rum for cocktails? Yeah, I don't drink it straight. Like rum's like more something I use for cocktails. Charlie Gableton says, Boogie Woogie walks into any place it wants. Right. Like, the Blues Rocker says, do you know what the booger said to the handkerchief? Do you want a boogie? Shit. Shovel says one take recordings. Yeah. I mean, like you know, most of Robert Johnson's stuff like has like a couple of takes to it. You know, you do like 2 at least. But yeah, like with tape, you still don't get that many shots. You know, you got to be able to play to record on tape. Because editing is a bitch with tape. You got to have a razor blade to edit tape, like not a computer program. Ron Swanson says, did you guys ever see Brendan the Boogie Woozy Man from the airport and mall in the UK? I never saw that. Sporty says, yeah, I've seen him, Ron. Blues Rocker says, no. George Ordway says, Cadence reminds me of some acts Meatloaf did with the Saturday Midnight movie. What was that movie called? Wasn't he on Rocky Horror? That Meatloaf? Some guy says, I used to live in East Texas, but had to boogie. I'm here for the party. Camera's out of focus. Come on, focus, camera. Focus. Look at me, camera. Okay, there we go. Sporty says, I saw the one where he's scrapping with law enforcement to keep on playing that public piano. Hell, there's some towns around here that have like a piano sitting out on the street now, like people can play. They got one in Augusta, like where I live near Augusta, Georgia. Blues Rocker says Meatloaf sang on Ted Nugent's album Free For All. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he did one. He sang on one called Together. Yeah, maybe a couple other ones on there. I said after David St. Holmes left him. Ron Swanson says, hey, play Boogie Woogie like a maniac in random places. Yeah, the Chinese government tried to get him shut down. So, okay, it was like a guy who was playing boogie like on the piano in China. Damn. Some guy says, I live next door to some otters in a swamp, talking about East Texas. Shit. Ron says he showed a diplomatic envoy watching him in an airport, and they called the cops on him. Yeah, China, you know, they kind of tight-assed over there. Sporty says, are they nice neighbors, or do they get too hard? Some guy. Ron Swanson says, in England. Blues Rocker says, when the levee breaks. I played that one earlier, actually. George Ordway says, best oil, sewing machines. Oiler. Ron Swanson says it was in England. Oh, okay, yeah. Some guy says, they dammed up the slough. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to do some man business real quick outside. I'll be right back. They try to get YouTube to shut down his channel, playing the boogie in England. Okay, let's see here. Gotta add. Let's check him out. Look at that fucking mullet. Goddamn. That's kind of like a classic river mullet. Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm seeing the fur on his jacket. I thought that was a mullet. Whoops. Damn, he's kind of doing like barrel house style, like with the left hand, like he's bump ba bump ba bump ba bump ba bump ba bump ba bump. So, Yammy Hall piano, as Jerry Lee would call it, a Yammy Hall. Playing the fuck out of it. Damn, they tried to arrest that guy for for playing like cool shit like that. Oh, damn. Yeah, he's getting it. Like a barrel house style. You know, kind of a boogie woogie there. Blues Rocker says harmonica. I cannot play a harmonica worth a shit. Sporty Otter says that's cruel to disturb the otters. Some guy. How sad. Rat and Roll says Brendan Kavanaugh. You have to look him up. Did he play for like a band or? Some guy says you're a legend. Appreciate that. Sporty Otter says yeah. Rat and Roll. George Ordway says in the evening in you. I can play it off the record. Give me just a second. Some guy says we let the otters do their thing. It was like a symbiotic relationship. Subsequently, their dam created micro ecosystems like little lakes above the dam. Ron Swanson says Ron Swanson is my spirit animal. Are you a furry? My first Sona is Ron Swanson the possum. Blues Rocker says skunk mullet. Sporty Otter says funny you said symbiotic, especially that word. Ron says same color. Some guy says is that the wrong word? Robert Fairweather and Love Machine says have you seen or heard of a young Rel? I don't think so. Sporty Otter says not at all, but we're talking about otters and you said symbiotic and I'm building a thing called Symbiotic Creatives. Ron says it's one of Elton John's donated pianos. Okay, yeah, he does play Yamahas. Yeah, I saw him live. He had a big ass Yamaha grand piano. Blues Rocker says I've never played piano, but I've played my organ through enough to develop a forearm like Popeye. Yeah, I was kind of miffed to find out that organ players like are not piano players. Like you can't like go between the two. Like but apparently like a guy who plays organ can't play piano, and a guy who plays piano can't play organ. But I mean, you know, same notes, but different like style of playing, I guess. Sporty Otter says, yeah, some people get their knickers in a bundle about public fun. Catherine Johnson says, once upon a time, I ordered a Yazoo Records using U.S. mail. That was sort of when my life went off the rails. Ron says he plays both styles. You have country and western. JB Robertson says, hey Ed, do you know how to play Hesitation Blues? Talking about one by, I believe old Willie Dixon wrote that. I don't know the words to it. Sporty says, are you a furry? Now I want a t-shirt that says that. Do you know Lucille Bogan? Yeah, that's way back. Yeah. She did like hokum and stuff. Like, I mean like real hokum. Talking about like her nipples and her pussy and stuff in songs like back in the 1940s. Yeah, look that up. Sporty says, I do rat and roll. She was spicy and wonderful. Some of her lyrics were more crazy than now for sure. Shovel says, no fun zone, rules denied. Okay, so I got a request for a song off the album. I'll play it. Let's see here. Which one was it? Let me see. In the Evening Time, I believe. Yeah.
After the sun goes down, baby. In the evening time, after the sun goes down, yeah. I'm gonna crank it up high, tear this barrel house down, baby.
Blues Rocker says, ever heard Doug Clark and the Hot Nuts? I don't think so.
So low down. In the morning, I'll be feeling so low down.
Just shuffle right there. Sporty says, Edward shuffling so fine. I appreciate that. JB says, check out Hot Tuna's Hesitation Blues. I'll look that up. Blues Rocker says, Les Paul on this tune. I think it might be like a Epiphone hollow body, like the Riviera or something like that. It's probably the Epiphone Riviera. Shovel says, I like the guts. Cool, appreciate that. Some guy says, I like it. Cool. Sporty Otter says, I really love your vocal delivery, Edward. Always spot on timing. I try to be. Ron says, the red open body, I bet. I believe it's that semi-hollow Epiphone I got, like that, you know, that wine-colored guitar. Blues Rocker says, what was the first SRV tune you learned? Probably Pride and Joy. Ron says, soul comes from the guts. Sporty says, I want a semi-hollow next, I think. Yeah, those things are cool. like a semi hollow body. You kind of get the best of both worlds. They fucking look awesome. Got the F holes and all that, and they sound great. I've always liked semi hollow bodies. Like I've got 3 of them. Sporty says I would look funny with that big old thing hanging on me though. Blackie Ted says Eddie Ray Phillips. Shit, I appreciate that. Rat and Roll says, is this song on your channel? Yeah, the whole album's on there somewhere. Just got ads on it. Yes, just that last album I put out. It's on there. Shovel says, yeah, about that tune. Blues Rocker says, did you ever hear Cyndi Lauper's blues album? I didn't know she made one. Shit. That would be interesting. Ron says at least there's light SOP. Sporty Otter says Cindy's a goddess. Saw her on wrestling when I was a kid. Like with her fucking Queen's accent. Blues Rocker says, where do people go to but your album? To buy your album. Okay, typo. You can go to Bandcamp below. It's linked below and download it. And I'm going to come out with a CD of it here pretty soon. I got an album before that. That was like an acoustic, country blues album. It's also on there. Just, the description of this video. Bandcamp.com. Ron says, have things settled down for you, Sporty Otter Pop? She says, yeah, Ron, I have a friend who plays one, and she's the same scrawny as me, and the visual makes me snicker. And Ron says, I think it's cool. Sporty says, no, Ron, they have not. Still losing my home with nowhere to go. Shit. Shovel says, every time you say Bandcamp, I chuckle. Bandcamp. Let's see. Ron Swanson says, that sucks. Hope things get better. Yeah, hope things work out for you, Sporty Otter. And she says, me too, Ron. Thank you. Dennis Troy says, beans. Music blogger says, sorry to hear that, Renee. Yeah, hope things work out for you. Ron Swanson says, Bandcamp, LMAO. Sporty says, feels like somebody slipped me the brown acid and everything is crazy. Ron says, shit. Rat and Roll says, this one time at Bandcamp. Yeah. So sometimes when I start bands, like I feel like I'm running like rock and roll fantasy camp and shit. Like you get all these fucking dumbass motherfuckers that can't play and have to teach them shit, Yeah, like the Bandcamp's a good place to sell records, though. You get like 80% of your money, and so it's much better than a fucking record company. Music blogger says, hang in there. Dennis Troy says, brown acid bad. Yeah. Do not do the brown acid. Sporty says, why I like these lives, where I can talk about normal stuff and pretend for a while. Nick Champlin says, how long have we been at it tonight? Just checking in. Let's see, it's 12:16 right now. I got on here at 8:30, so about 3 hours 15 minutes. The Sporty Otter says, I used to go to band camp in high school. Shovel says, I met my girlfriend at band camp. I never went to a band camp. I kind of run a band camp, but not these days. I've got good people playing with me now. Some guy says our band camp was across the road from the Gulf of Mexico. That's the Gulf of America now, sir. Ron says the album is free if you have the Patreon subscription. Yeah, the album's on Patreon too, yeah. JB Robertson says comparing a musician's ability to play both piano and organ is a lot like comparing playing acoustic and electric guitar, similar but different animals. Oh, okay, yeah. Like the one formal music class I took in my entire life when I was in college, I took like a music appreciation class. It's kind of like a 101 type class. It's like an easy A. You already knew the shit. And the guy who taught the class was an organist, and he played he played a Beethoven song. He played the Pathetique Sonata, like piano sonata. And he says, yeah, this is the only piano song I know. I was like, what? Like, well, you play the fucking organ, right? Like, don't you know a bunch of piano? Like, no, apparently they're just not related enough. I mean, they same notes, same keys, but just completely different way of playing it. Nick Champlin sends me $5. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of this show. So, y'all want to tip me? Super chats are very welcome, very much appreciated. The music blogger says, I love tuning in here every Wednesday. Yeah, I try to do these every Wednesday at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Sporty Otter says, first time I got really drunk was at band camp. They didn't even invite me to be in the damn marching band in school and shit. I never played in the band in school. Ron says, we are all doing that to an extent. SOP, the world is crazy. Sporty says, I puked in the forest even, as one does. And some guy says Baja, and Shovel says clarinetist, played the clarinet. Dennis Troy says Gulf of America. Shovel says the first time I held hands with a girl was at band camp. Sporty says, oh. Blues Rocker says, gots to go for the night. I'll see y'all next time. All right, man. Catch you later, Blues Rockers. Dennis Troy says, you're left, you're right. Ron Swanson says, first time I got drunk was camping with my friends when I was 16. Like, yeah, probably about 16, first time I got fucked up. Rat and Roll says, I got a 300 on the math Accuplacer. Okay. Accuplacer. I don't think they had Accuplacer back in my day. We just had, the Stanford test and the SAT and shit. Kind of weird. Like I was kind of slow at math in high school, and then when I went to college, like I was like, bam, and I've got a degree in math from college. I kind of sucked at it in high school. The music blogger says it's been 8 years this May since I've had a drink. Damn. Doing good there. Shovel says bandites. Sporty Otter says congratulations, music blogger. Good for you. Rat and Roll says, I'm going to study physics and meteorology. Okay, physics was my first major, and I switched to math. That's pretty damn cool. Shit. Kind of wish I'd gotten the physics degree, actually. Ron Swanson, he sends me a Canadian $6.99. Thank you very much for that super chat, sir. He says, have another one on me, brother. Thank you for that very much, man. The Shovel says, bravo, blog. Music blogger says, thanks. I like drinking a little bit too much. Sporty says, I wish you great success. Rat and roll, science for the win. He says, thank you, Sporty. So it's kind of like a double major, I guess, like a physics and meteorology. Ron Swanson says, I sucked at math until I was an adult, too. Now I tutor math in my spare time. Yeah, like in high school, like I wasn't that good at it. And when I got into my 20s, like it clicked for me for some reason. I guess I finally developed some fucking schizophrenic disorder that makes you good at math or something. I don't know. I went to college and majored in math and graduated summa cum laude. It's kind of weird how it clicked for me, like just all of a sudden. But I mean, like the fucking high school math is like bullshit. Like I fucking hated it. Like I kind of tuned out in high school. Made good grades. You know, I was kind of naturally intelligent, but just didn't like being there. High school was kind of like a very light version of prison. I didn't want to fucking be there, and I didn't pay attention in math class. And all of a sudden, I just decided I wanted to get into like math and physics and stuff, and I went to college like when I was about probably maybe 23, 24, something like that. And all of a sudden I was like, man, I fucking got this shit, man. Yeah, my first major was physics, and then I got into math and computer science, and got a bachelor's in that. Ron says, we didn't care back then, Ed. Right. Yeah, the high school was fucking stupid. I actually dropped out. I dropped out like the first day of my senior year. Still got into college. Sporty Otter says, numbers just confuse me. The Shovel says, physics, meteorology, and 10 cents will buy you a cup of coffee. Rat and Roll says, meteorology major minor in physics. Meteorology involves a lot of physics, chemistry, and calculus. Okay, yeah. Cool. So, okay, well, you got a minor. Okay, yeah, I had like a double major. It was a math and computer science. Sporty Otter says, I am neurodiverse and words are my thing and intuition. See, Ron Swanson says, I have dyslexia and words confuse me. I've got like geographic dyslexia. Like left and right fuck with me sometimes. Like directions fuck with me sometimes. Sporty Otter says, send that line to Tom Waits, Shovel, for a new hit. Ron Swanson says, we all have strengths and weaknesses. Yep. I sucked in English class, but can you blame me? I'm from the deep south, you know. Took me like forever to write a paper. Frank Morgendorfer says, STEM degrees have value and open doors. Study hard. Yeah, STEM's the best thing to get into. Get me a beer here. Sporty Otter says, my dad was like that with directions. Ron says, I have a compass like a passenger pigeon. Shit. Shovel says, now I'm just addicted to acoustics. Ron says, I almost never need my compass when I'm hunting. Never turn my GPS on. Oh God, I couldn't live without a damn, like a GPS or like Google Maps or whatever. Sporty says that he would be going somewhere, pull into a gas station to tank up, pull out, going a different direction than he was going. Yeah, right. I do that sometimes. Yeah. Rat and Roll says, I didn't like high school either. I got better at math after high school with Khan Academy. I mean, they kind of didn't know how to teach math in high school either, you know. Like, so some of those damn high school teachers were, like, completely fucking incompetent. And, yeah, like, most of the time in high school, I just kind of sat there like, oh, goddamn, what do we got to do next? Okay, what do we got to do now? You know, just doodling in my notebook and stuff. Jay says, good evening, Ed, and everybody. What's up, man? Ron says, crazy how our brains work. Yeah. But in fucking high school, I went so far as to pay a guy to do my math homework for me. And in exchange, like, I didn't pay him. Like, we did like a trade. I did his history work for him. I was good at history. So I'd write his history stuff and he'd do my math work. And then just after high school, like, I just kind of clicked and got good at math. I don't know how that worked. Music Blogger says 90% of what I learned was useless. Sporty Otter says, yes, so much, no such thing as normal. There are just certain similarities that trend. Ron says, my teachers in high school only showed what the book said. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Ron says they didn't understand it well either. Yeah, right. Because teachers, when they go to college to learn, like, teaching and get the education degree, they mostly learn about, like, child psychology and babysitting and all that stuff. They don't really become an expert in any subject, really. But, you know, in college, like, you got, like, an expert teaching you. Sporty says, education had no idea what to do with me until I went to college. And then school got fun. Yeah, for me too, yeah. I enjoyed college a lot. High school, I fucking hated. Just like a very light version of jail, basically. Jay says, music blogger, there's a supposedly study that says you only retain 10% of what you learn in college. That's probably true. I mean, like in college, they make you take a lot of classes you're not interested in just to, you know, kind of round out your education. That I had to take, like, stuff I had no interest in. And Jay says, I do love the Beatles. I think you said, do you ever play Blackbird? Yeah. I can play Blackbird. Smoke this cigarette. Shovel says that we had to learn the Constitution to graduate high school. Yeah, we had a class, I believe it involved the Constitution, like American government, yeah. Music blogger says, Jay, for me it might be 10%. Like Sporty Otter says, we did too, Shovel, and pass a writing exam. Frank Morgendorfer says, school is just conditioning for what comes next, prison or work. Yeah, basically, yeah. Like high school, like I really didn't fucking pay a lot of attention. I still did good, like academically. I was like I think like number 12 in the class at some point. Fucking hated it. Because, you know, like, public school is made for, like, a certain kind of person who's probably going to be, like, a guy in a cubicle or in a factory or something like that. And I wasn't that kind of guy. And it didn't work for me. And, yeah, I quit the first day of my senior year. I went home, didn't go back. Got the GED, went to college. In high school, I was kind of like a white punk on dope. You know that song, right? But let's see, Blackbird on dead ass strings. Let's see if I can do it here.
Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings, learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arrive. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes and learn to see all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings, learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arrive. You were only waiting for this moment to arrive.
Goddamn Beatles. I used to argue with my dad about the Beatles. He fucking hated them. He was like a 70s metal guy, you know. He's like, them goddamn Beatles, they're a bunch of goddamn queers. I don't like them. I was like, yeah, but like all the bands you listen to them, you know. Let me see. Nick Champlin says, high school equals light version of jail. Amen. I went to military boarding school. It was awesome, but so glad I'm not in school now. Music blogger says, more of an emphasis on blue collar jobs. Yeah. Sporty Otter says, more than stuff, us full of factoids and formulas. Shovel says, should have been a luthier. I should have been too. Jay says, Ed, it's interesting you said all around education, because back in our day, my dad said the same thing as a high school principal, but today it's way too expensive to get a college education, $500,000. Oh, Jesus, not that bad, I don't think, unless you go to like Harvard. Hingleton says, perfect, appreciate that. Sporty Otter says, yeah, I paid for my own college by working back then. No way my kids could do the same now. Hingleton says, Edmonds Community College has an electronic music and theory course, $500 a class. That's not too bad. Says Washington State. Sporty says, music genius uses the notes and the spaces like Ed does. I appreciate that. Jay says, I was playing along with you. Well done. That's a tough one to play after a few shots. Yeah. Really. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't fuck it up. Hingleton says, Ron, thanks for your service. Stone says, Stones versus Beatles. I'd say Beatles all day. Jay says, that's a tough one to play. I just read that. Hingleton says firefighters are dope. Yeah, love me some firefighters. I've had to depend on them like one good time, like when my dad burned the house up. Frank Morgendorfer says, your old man sounds quite the character. Yeah, he was. He was a crazy fucking hillbilly. Ron Swanson says, got my tickets for falling danger trees and started making big money. Never kept any anyway. Jay says, I would think your dad probably appreciated some of what the Beatles did. They could rock. I kind of forced him to like the Beatles, like after a while, like certain stuff by them. He told me like, well, you know, I know they were fucking important and stuff, but I still don't fucking like them. I'd rather hear goddamn Ted Nugent. So he just never was a fan. Hated the Stones too. He couldn't stand the Rolling Stones either. Give me some heat in here. Sporty says, like, take a guess, Shovel. She says, I'll give you a hint. Macca irks me. She hates Paul McCartney? Shit. No. Paul McCartney's a goddamn genius. Felipe says, thank you very much for the company. Now I'm going to rest. Good night, everyone, and have a Thursday with lots of blues. We'll see you later, Felipe. You have a good night. Ron says, now I'm a fighter in a rural area in the winter months and a wildfire fighter in the summer. Yeah, they do have some fucked up wildfires in Canada, like every now and then. I've seen about that stuff. Hingleton says, other than Can You Hear Me Knocking, Beatles all the way. Sporty says, sorry, Edward, not sorry. No, I fucking love Mecca. Ron says, 25 below C out right now. God fucking damn. I couldn't deal with that. Jay says, we've got our asses smoked out terrible up here in North Dakota by Canadian wildfires the last 5 years. About choked just to death. Damn. Jay says, what Mr. Justin knows what he's doing. Dennis says 71 degrees now. Like, damn it, where are you at? Kind of cold here, and I'm in the deep south. Felipe says, didn't know this last song. What's the name of it? It's called Blackbird. It's the Beatles on the White Album. Ron says, it's about the same up here in North Dakota. And Ron says, a wildfire almost got my house in 2017. Damn. Dennis says, flaw. Sporty Otter says, it's okay if you love him and I don't. I'm a personal opinion libertarian. She says, oh, okay, that's good. Ron says, 300 yards from the door. Ow, goddamn. The property I lived on, the property I live on now, burned up before we bought it, like 25 years ago, and you can still see like char marks on trees and stuff. Nick Champlin says, I actually looked up the Beatles' Ed Sullivan set list earlier this evening. Solid set. Yeah, they did multiple shows. I think it might have been. Let me see. All My Lovin' was probably the first song they played on there. Like when they debuted on there. Felipe says, I loved your company. Well, hey, come back next time, man. Ron says, a couple who... Jay says, what I was saying is Mr. Trudeau in Canada and the genius in California knows what they're doing with the wildfires, don't they? Yeah, right. Yeah, that California stuff is fucked up. I was just watching like an interview with the Doors, like the two remaining Doors, on Rick Beato's channel, and Robbie Krieger said, yeah, my old house that I grew up in the Palisades burned up, you know, in the LA wildfire. Hingleton says, I don't hold it against you one bit, Sporty. Diversity is key. Sporty says, facts wrong and I'll fight you, but personal taste is a human right. Jay says, sorry, I won't get political. That's all I'll say about it. Nick says, that's right. Let's see. Dwayne Waladkia says, hello, everyone. What's up? How you doing? Sporty Otter says, right. Opening up and releasing the summer crop reserves of water just into the ground is genius. Frank Morgendorfer says, 30 Celsius in Ko Chang, Thailand. Endless sunshine. Ain't been cold in a decade. Kind of miss changing weather. Yeah, it's kind of tropical there, isn't it? Like in Thailand. Jay says, make America not burn again. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Ron says, a couple cities burned to the ground here the last 5 years. Damn. Yeah, that's fucking nuts. It's like when you think of wildfires, you think of, like, you know, hot ass, like, desert type places and stuff. They get them in Canada really bad. Nick Champlin says, oh dang, maybe the Hyacinth the house burned down in the Palisades fire. I know, like, some really famous places burned down. Like what old was it Will Rogers' house burned down. Yeah, like the Will Rogers Park they have there. Turn this heat on. Hangleton says, Thailand with the wind. With the wind. Sporty says, why did that comment vanish? It was a nice one. Ron says, some are wrong, some are right, but opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one. Right, yeah, pretty much. Mine are pretty much always right, though. Shovel says, I turn on the water in Flint, too. Yeah, Flint, Michigan. Dwayne says, I believe music is a positive force for good, and it brings people together. Yeah, it can. Yeah, oh, yeah. Hingleton says, I'd send Washingtons if I could. Dennis Troy says, no opinion. Ron says, here it's all forest fires. Jay says, hey, Edward, what about doing a tribute song? I'm burning for you. Talking about that old Blue Oyster Cult. I don't know that one, but... Sporty Otter says, yeah, Ron, but too many are confused about which is which between fact and opinion. That is a huge problem of now. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Kind of goes along with the polarization of the country, I guess you'd say. Dwayne says, we get bad wildfires in Canada, British Columbia, and Alberta. It happens. Sad to see. Sporty says, he just said that music bonds us, and it vanished. Frank Morgendorfer says, you should visit Thailand, Ed. Have some talented local musicians. You'd have no trouble getting gigs with your talent. Oh yeah. Fucking Thailand. I mean, I've yet to go to China. My wife's from China. Would love to come out there one day. And Jay says, Ed, I was going to send a super chat, but something's going wrong with my Google account. I'll get you back. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. He says, remember that 80s tune, Burning Down the House? Yeah, that's old Talking Heads, yeah. Music blogger says, left wing, right wing is still the same bird. Don't like politicians. And yeah, like here we got the fucking uniparty, you know. Jay says, Frank, yeah, and also the Philippines. There's a lot of great musicians there. I played a Filipino birthday party one time. Sporty Otter Pop says, I could see Ed in Thailand in that hat at a beach bar. Right. Dwayne says, when you have good music, it does bring people together. Yeah, oh yeah. Kind of sucks. People don't like sit down and listen to albums anymore and stuff like that, like they used to. My damn heater to come on. Josh M says, my dad would say I'm not opinionated. I'm always right. Yeah, right. Kind of way my dad was. Like his opinions were solid scientific facts. Ron says, no doubt, Dwayne, I live in BC, British Columbia. Dwayne says, the best wings are chicken wings. Oh, yeah. Shovel says, listen to Pink Floyd's Animals again. The best Pink Floyd record was Piper at the Gates of Dawn, like to me. A lot of people don't agree with that. But I kind of prefer my damn old Sid Barrett. Hingleton says Molly Hatchet's cool. I got that Molly Hatchet record down here. You know, the one with the cool painting on it. Blackie Ted says Ron Swanson, Victoria, BC here. Ron says I live in the interior, 6 hours from Vancouver. Jay says, Ed, you're right about people don't sit down with them anymore, listen to records. We've got to get the younger generation and our grandkids into that. I think they'll love it once they get the concept. Yeah, you know, like vinyl records are kind of making a comeback. I don't know if people are listening to them or putting them on the wall or what. Like my daughter's like 21, and she just got a record player and some records. Like, so I guess there's hope. Jay says, I think there's going to be a new era in the physicality era because of all the digital AI aircraft. Jay says, flirting with disaster. Yeah, that was a good song. Molly Hatchet. Hingleton says, big ups to Sid. Yeah, Sid Barrett fucking kicked ass. Brilliant songwriter. Sporty says, but then again, going out swing dancing is hip for a brand new scene of youngins now. I've not heard somebody say the word youngins in a long time. That was the default word for children around here. Like my dad used to say and my grandparents used to say, like, damn youngins. Dwayne says, my eldest sibling is 66 this year. He has an awesome record collection. Yeah, I got my whole record, actually part of my record collection, like right here below me. Jay says that's cool about your daughter and her record player. Yeah, I think I'm gonna send her some records, because like new ones cost like 30 fucking bucks now. You know, I might send her a box full of my old records. Shovel says, I just hope my nursing home has good tunes. Right, yeah. I don't even want to think about the nursing home I'm going to be in when I get old. They're probably going to be playing like Limp Bizkit and Creed and shit. I'm going to lose my damn mind. Sporty Otter says, and many young girls are sitting at home crocheting now. I cannot do this. Careful about ageism. Blackie Ted says, the best way to quit smoking is slow down and use some lubricant. Right. Dwayne says, vinyl and CDs have things that you can't get from downloaded music. Downloaded music can't be autographed. Yeah, I mean, CDs suck because they're 16-bit. It kind of takes away some of the headroom and some of the resolution. Vinyls are objectively better, like just by the numbers, than CDs. Like vinyls are better than CD just by the amount of information on a vinyl. I hated CDs. Like, I didn't know I'd have to put out CDs until, you know, I started putting out albums on the internet, and people want a CD. So, okay, I'll make a CD. We're going to get one out there. Let's see, Sporty Otter says, I like the vinyl pops and hisses up to a certain sound level. Ron says, I made some chicken wings from hot sauce we grew and made everything for the other day. It is Thai mix. It's the Thai chilies, Mexican chilies with cilantro, orange, shallot, and garlic and ginger. That sounds pretty damn cool. Shit. And I tell you what I have to make all the time. I have to make Chinese braised chicken wings. They kind of make like a stew out of them, like a braise. And it's like a red braise. It's got like star anise and soy sauce and sugar, like a lot of the usual culprits. Chinese cooking wine, all that stuff. Sporty Otter says, sounds delicious. Ron says, shot. We'll do a shot. Yeah. Man, I'm getting kind of stuttery here, but yeah, we'll do a shot. Yeah. Since I'm out of scotch, I guess we'll do some bourbon. Nothing to vote on. The Rebel Kentucky Bourbon Small Batch Reserve. The damn ladybug on my damn keyboard here. Alrighty. Out of the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass, available in the merch link below. Here we go. Cheers, y'all. Dwayne says that the snap, crackle, and pop adds to the essence of vinyl. And vinyl just sounds better. Like, objectively. You can look at the damn numbers. Like it's compared to a CD. Like if you know how to, you know, look at data and stuff. Like, CDs like damn 16 bits. Now digital music, like, it starts to approach analog at about 24 bits. Lyle Chipperson says, the bass player in me cries every time I hear someone say vinyl is better. It's got to get the right sound system, man. Sporty Otter says, I'm on a ginger kick lately. Don't know, but it tastes so good. Oh yeah, I have to use ginger all the time. My wife hates ginger though. Like, for some reason, she's Asian. Let's see. Jay says, Ed, you're right about CDs, but I think they did convert a few to 24-bit though. The real ugly stuff came out with the MP3s. Lots of missing frequencies there. Yeah. MP3s kind of suck depending on how you render them, like what the bit rate is. Jay says, Chinese food, yum yum. Dwayne says, I was told by a musician that CDs were originally created for classical music and jazz music because of feedback in rock music. Back in the 80s, I believe, wasn't it? Let's see. Ron says, do you use Chinese 5-spice for them or whole ingredients? What for the wings, like just stick of cinnamon, half a stick of cinnamon, and a couple of star anise, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, Chinese cooking wine, sugar. That's about it. Ron says, I'm stammering too. Jay says, Dwayne, that may be so, but I remember some of the very first CDs in the late 80s were like White Snake and other hard rock bands. They sounded pretty huge with big headroom. See, another thing about CDs was like it's so easy to fuck them up too. Like they'd get like a scratch on them, and they, like a skip on a CD is not like a skip on a record. It's like just ruins it. Sporty Otter says CD has loss. Yeah, it has loss in bit rate. Yeah, 16 bits. Like I said earlier, digital starts to approach analog at 24 bits. Nick Champlin says also 70s downdraft systems are better than 99% of today's systems. Yeah, I had an old 70s stereo. Yeah, they did sound pretty goddamn good. Ron Swanson says it's the only true sound, no levels added. Now, I'll tell you like what I record at, like when I make records, before I compress it into an MP3 or do whatever with it. 24-bit, 96 kilohertz sample rate, which is let's see, like a CD, you're getting 16 bits and what's it, 44, 41, 44, something like that kilohertz. Jay says, yeah, Ed, you're right. There's a physicality to how they cut vinyl and how it comes through the speakers with a very good system. Right, yeah. You got to kind of be an audiophile to listen to vinyl. You got to have good shit, Shovel says, we used woofers with vinyl too. Yeah, right. Don't want to play a vinyl on a goddamn, like, computer speaker or something. Ron says, the way it was intended. Nick says, a stereo, not downdraft. Sporty says, I listened to the albums recorded in Sun Studio. That is sound. Right, yeah. Yeah, Sun Records. All them good old Sun Records, Elvis and Carl Perkins and fucking Jerry Lee. Like, that's some good sounding stuff. Frank says, CDs sometimes sound compressed. Vinyl has warmth. Right, I mean, there's more information on the vinyl. The 16 bits takes a lot of information out of the signal. That there's basically like your bits on a CD, like a digital file. It dictates like how many different volumes are possible with a particular signal, and 16 kind of takes out some of those possible volume levels. I guess that's a good way to explain it. I don't know exactly. You're right. Ron says, not so much even the bit rate is fucked. It's that the levels got screwed up. Yeah. You also had the loudness war, like in the late 90s and 2000s. They started turning up records way too loud, and then they'd put a limiter on them and cut half of the information out of it and make it sound like shit, and it'd be over compressed. But yeah, the old loudness war, we kind of got past that, but records, I kind of use the term records for any kind of music, but recordings in the 2000s sounded fucking awful. But it didn't matter because people were, using iPods by then and little earbuds, and so it didn't matter if it sounded like crap, And Ron says both really. Blackie Ted says I still have a Sony cassette Walkman. That's pretty much what I grew up on was tapes. Yeah, tapes didn't sound great either, but mostly what I bought as a kid were cassette tapes. That had me a Walkman too. Ron Swanson says I still have my SRV CDs for nostalgia. Sporty Otter says, LOL, me too, Blackie. Jay says, back in the 80s, we used to take analog tape recordings, mixes, and mix them down to stereo and master them in digital ADAT stereo cassette to get a bigger headroom. I didn't know they had ADAT in the 80s. I thought that was the 90s. Damn. Shevel says you can hear depth with analog. Right. There's more information there. Nick Champlin says you got to admit CDs sound better than tapes. They did sound better than tapes. Yeah. Yes. But when they fucked up, got a scratch on them, like like a tape would last longer, as long as you didn't leave it on the damn dashboard in a car in the hot sun or something like that. He says I've got a tape deck in my Jeep, and it takes an album like Cheer Heart of Stone or Michelle Jackson or Aerosmith to come through strong on the tapes. Ron Swanson says makes sense, Ed. Sporty Otter says CDs used to have some psychotic pans via headphones too. Some psychotic pans. Ron says yeah, that's what I meant, Ed. Thanks. Yeah. Shovel says metal and chrome cassettes got pretty good. See with tape, like your damn your resolution, the resolution of the sound was dictated by the width of the tape. Like professional bands used to record on 2-inch tape, and like a damn fucking cassette's like what like an eighth of an inch or something, or like a quarter inch, like an eighth, I think. Yeah. Jay says a good point, Ed, about the loudness war, and then the MP3s cut out so much frequencies you're missing half the musical sounds. I would listen to my wife's downloads and think half the sound was missing. Yeah. Like, yeah, back in the day, like in the 2000s, like MP3s were fucking terrible. Like these days, like an MP3 can be pretty good. Like if you get the right bit rate. But back in the iPod days, yeah, those damn iPods like just fostered shitty sounding music. Sporty says, I hated that bouncing around like that instead of blended for my head to decipher. Ron Swanson says, yeah, SOP for punk, we didn't care. I have a neon Walkman still. Like the punks back in my day, late 90s, early 2000s, they kind of preferred vinyl. Like bands back then were still putting out like vinyl, goddamn singles and stuff and 10 inches. In fact, I've got a couple over here. Wait. Oh. Here's a punk rock right here. The Capitalist Casualties. Planned Community. That's about 20 years old, probably. Got great hits on here like School Shooting, Prayer Meeting, and... yeah. The punk people like kind of stuck with vinyl records like way longer than other people did. Just a single. Actually, it's a 33. It's like the size of a single, but it's a 33, like an LP. Jay says, Ed, I believe some of the early ad that comes in around 88, 89, that's when we started working with it at Moorhead State University Studios, Minnesota, ADAT, I guess he means. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I figured it had to be like late in the 80s if it wasn't the 90s. Yeah, like a lot of the old studios like we had here in the 90s, like the guy had like an ADAT machine and shit. Sporty Otter says, pan sending the audio to one side to the other. Yeah. So you're saying the like the panning on CDs used to change and stuff? Ron says a 1/4 inch max. Yeah. I believe that cassette tapes were like an 1/8 inch. I'm not sure. Yeah. Jay says, yeah, iPod days. Yeah. The Shovel says, let's gripe about auto-tune next, please. Yeah, auto-tune fucking sucks. On vocals, I will tell y'all like a dirty secret. Like on my record, my snare drum like went out of tune like on a couple of songs, and I auto-tuned the snare drum, but never on the vocals. It does have its uses, but you shouldn't be auto-tuning your vocals. That's fucking cheating. But I had a couple of songs like where I was beating the fucking snare drum and it went like out of tune and sounded fucked up with the rest of the song. I tend to tune my snare to the key of the song, and I auto-tuned a couple of snare tracks. Nick says, tapes don't jump like a CD when you're on a dirt road. There's that. Yeah, right, yeah. Used to be a problem in my area. Like, I used to live on a dirt road. But when that tape gets fucking eaten by the damn stereo, then you're fucked. Sporty says, Wave is still better than MP3. Yeah, Wave is like the more, pure, like uncompressed audio. Right. Ron says, sure, auto-tune and pop sucks. Right. As Steve Albini, God rest his soul, said, pop is for like children and idiots, right? Steve Albini just died last year, I think. Ron says it is talentless. Like, true, yeah. And he says, we didn't care what people were changing to. We played shit on vinyl later and louder than anyone. Yeah, like in punk rock, yeah, we kept that fucking vinyl. Ron says, later in relation to the cassette CD movement, right. Sporty says, yeah, the panning was weird for me on some CDs. That's kind of strange. I never noticed that with CDs, like stuff like panning weird. I mean, like old '60s records, they pan the stuff weird, but they pan it the same way on the CD, right? Shovel says, we used to get the Archie's records cut off of cereal boxes. Talking about sugar, oh honey. I actually have seen like a cardboard cutout single before. Yeah. Jay says, Ed, I'm a little older than you. I'm 58. Yeah, cassette tapes about 1/8 of an inch. I've got 2 garbage bags full of cassette tapes. That's pretty much like what you bought when I was a kid was cassettes. Yeah. They didn't sound great, but kind of reliable. He says, and yeah, it's crazy. We had an 8-track and double 8-track reel-to-reels in the studio, but some studios had 16 and up to 24. That's like a 2 inches wide. Yeah. The like the big people, like the big artists. Like back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, it had 2-inch tape. Like the more popular, like the Beatles type people, like they had like 4 tracks and then got 8 like later in the 60s. Then in the 70s it went to 16 and eventually got to like 24. My lighter. And I got a 4-track reel-to-reel. Sporty Otter says, I got Albini drunk once and made him laugh a whole lot. He had no clue who he was at the time. You met Steve Albini? Cool. Fucking hell. That's awesome. Would have been 87 or 88. Shit. That's cool as hell. like a brilliant fucking recording engineer. He was kind of the punk rock recording guy. Like he was very like into like capturing the natural sound of the room and all that good stuff. And he didn't take royalties for production and stuff like that. Chan Bayless says, "Hi Ed, do you ever have to look up how to play a chord, or do you know them all by heart?" Now, sometimes I have to look up chords. Yeah, don't know them all. I'm not a jazz guy. Ron says, "The problem with 8-track was it never worked. Worst reliability of all forms of playing music by far." I believe what Jay was talking about. I believe it was Jay. He was talking about like the number of tracks you can record with. But yeah, 8-track tapes fucking sucked. I had some when I was a kid. You had to like the fucking 8-track player I had. You had to jam a butter knife into it to make it work. Sporty Otter says, "I did. My boyfriend at the time hired his band to play the Eagles Club in DeKalb, Illinois." Shit. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna love me some Steve Albini. Chet says, "I just watched Albert King and Stevie Ray Vaughan clips. Shit, Albert couldn't handle old guards' audios." Yeah, that was like a PBS special, wasn't it? Like Albert King with Stevie Ray Vaughan playing together. Jay says, "Rite Aid. It was amazing what George Martin did with the Beatles with 4 tracks, and how they bounced the tracks to add more tracks, and they had to do a lot of it live." Yeah, right. Just live on the floor with baffles. Yeah, but no isolation. But they had fucking isolation booths, but like the band like usually played in the same room. Ron says, "I remember spending hours in my dad's international truck trying to make his tapes work." Jay says, "Ed, sorry, autocorrect keeps changing your name to Aid." Oh shit. Yeah. Aid Phillips. Sporty says, "The proof of this night is out there in the net, and I was serving Miller beer for the event, so he kept coming to me." Damn. I didn't know Steve like drank a lot or nothing. Like he seemed like a pretty sober guy. Ron says, "It is always Miller time in my shop." Yep, get me some Miller here. Ron says, "I made a paper plate that always points to 5 o'clock Miller time." Right. Brian McGuire says, "Hey Ed, have you seen any of the old blues guys live? And if so, who are some of your favorites?" I've never caught anybody that was like old as hell. Like I was at a bluegrass festival like when I was like a teenager, and they brought up some local blues guy who was actually blind and shit. He sung some stuff. Yeah, but my old man like used to like drag me to rock concerts most of the time. Me and him talked about going to see B.B. King, and I thought about it for a minute. Like I don't want to take this redneck motherfucker into a stadium full of black people and stuff. Like he'd probably get in a fucking fight and get us killed. But yeah. Unfortunately, like a friend of mine wanted to bring me to like Nashville one time. Like Honey Boy Edwards was playing up there. He knew Robert Johnson, and it didn't get to go like on that one. Chet says Albert was pissed. Ron says, yeah, we had shims in the truck of various thickness for the 8-track player. Frank says, got an Alice Cooper flexi disc free with a music paper in the UK back in the 70s. Slick Black Limousine, great track. Should have been on the original Billion Dollar Babies album. Old flexi disc. Them things like wore out real quick, didn't they? Yeah, that was my most recent concert, seeing Alice Cooper. Sporty says, I don't know, but this night he did, as I said, I had no clue who he was, just found him very witty at the time. Yeah, he had a good sense of humor, like Steve did. Ron says, don't we all? Chet says, Blues Traveler? I can't play harmonica that good. Sporty says, I really like Blues Traveler. Brian McGuire says, I saw Honey Boy when he was 91. I've seen pictures of him like signing a woman's tits and like a beer sitting next to him, like when he was in his 90s. It's crazy. Nick says, guess you missed Chuck Berry. He kept playing. Yeah, missed him too. Damn it. Yep. Jay says, Ed, I was talking about an 8-track reel-to-reel we used in the studio, not a 8-track cassette. I clarified that earlier. Yeah. Those that were plugged into car stereos. Yeah. Yeah, like when somebody talks about like an 8-track studio, they're not talking about like an 8-track cassette that you put in a car. It's like a reel-to-reel machine with 8 tracks of recording on it. Brian McGuire says he was great. I got a picture with him, and of course he told the Robert Johnson story. Oh, Honey Boy Edwards. He was the last Delta Blues guy alive. Sporty Otter says, I grew up in Chicago with a blues-loving dad. Have seen some of the greats live. Yeah, I'm kind of jelly. Jay says, Ed, do you have a Beatles tune on your mind or some tune you'd like to jam out? I'm enjoying the conversation, though. No big deal. One I can like do the lyrics to. I'm not sure. Won't be too long. I'll be getting off of here. Let's see, a Beatles tune. I don't know.
Flew into Miami Beach, BOAC. Didn't get to bed last night. On the way, the paperback was on my knee. Man, I had a dreadful flight. I'm back in the USSR. Don't know how lucky you are, boy. Back in the USSR. Been away so long, I hardly knew the place. Gee, it's good to be back home. Leave it to tomorrow to unpack my case. Honey, disconnect the phone. Back in the USSR. Don't know how lucky you are, boy. Back in the US, back in the US, back in the USSR. Plain girls really knock me out. Leave the West behind. Moscow girls make me scream and shout. Georgia's always on my mind.
Something like that. Let's see. Ron says, one of the songs from Chet Atkins and Mark Knopfler are neck and neck. Let's try this. Let's take a look at it.
Having an e-commerce store and a brick and mortar store,
Ad here.
keeping track of inventory was
Another ad. Oh no, wait. Here it is. There's Chet. Mark Knopfler behind him.
Hola, nice to see you all.
Got some Gibson acoustics here. Now, like Mark didn't use a thumb pick, did he? Chet uses one. He's fucking getting it like old Mark. He's sweeping there. Yeah, Chet like makes me want to quit like all the time when I see him. You should see like Mark like going like, God damn. Big nose on that guy. Kind of looks like an old ass guitar that Mark Knopfler's playing, like an old Gibson. Look at that fucking shit. Goddamn. Chet Atkins, man. I want to quit. I'm selling my shit. Alrighty. Ron says this song makes me happy. Jay says, "Yeah, I hear what you're saying about Chet, but you know what he'd say? Keep playing." Mr. Guitar would say, "Love it." Rat's Ass says, "The only thing that Chet does better than me is everything." Shovel says, "Play it pretty for dad." Music Blogger says, I swear all the best guitar players have double jointed thumbs." Right. Sporty says, "This is so lovely." Ron says, "Crazy night." Music Blogger says, Did Chet ever rock out on an electric? Yeah. He played like Gretches and stuff. Chet says his gap tooth. Right. Yeah, like a Madonna gap, right here, like on the front teeth. And let's see. Ron says more talent in those two guys than the whole entire pop industry put together. You're probably right. Yeah. Chet says electricity man. Shovel says we're not worthy. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm gonna step outside and take care of some man business. I'll be right back. Jay says, Ed, I don't know if you saw my previous comment. Have you ever met Tom Brush, Merle Travis's son? We played some of his stuff earlier, actually. What do you think of him? I met him a couple times 20 years back before I knew who he was. Yeah, we heard some of his stuff earlier. He actually plays exactly like his dad. Sounds like him too vocally, like got his same voice and shit. That guy's real good. But never met him though. Rat's Ass says, Ed, did you fix the neck on the cigar box yet? Not yet. Still working on that. Ron Swanson says, how cold was the ground, Ed? Yeah, I'm down there hunting for hickory nuts. Yeah. Frank Morgendorfer says, all those beautiful guitars. You're a lucky man, Ed. Keep on trucking. I appreciate that, man. Ron says hickory nuts. I'm laughing my ass off. Chet says Nazareth. Good rock band there. You can tell I've been drinking when I like to switch out the TH for F. That's kind of a southern move there. Nazareth. Jay says, hey, I wanted to say that this is a good chat tonight, everyone. I hope y'all are all doing well. Sporty says, does hickory have nuts? Yeah. Yeah, they kind of like pecans. It's kind of like a relative of the pecan tree. I used to eat them. And Sporty says it's very companionable, Jay, indeed. And Chet says, no, the band, man, take a load off Annie. Just talking about the band from Canada. Take a load for free. Rat's Ass says, yes, they do, Sporty. I'm only 17 miles from that crazy town. And Sporty says, a hickory makes nice flavor in smoke. Oh, yeah, it does. Ron says, weren't we all? Oh, he says, play a punk tune, Ed. You're used to playing those lit up? Okay. Rat's Ass says Western North Carolina. I've been to Hickory, North Carolina, to a chicken show of all things when I was a kid.
Hot cherry on a Friday, baby, and the sun dripping down his spine. Put an axe in my baby's head, I'm gonna hit it up doing time. She looks so good in red. American Nightmare running scared. Should have been hard to gut, should have been hard to kill. Should have been harder, baby, I had to split your head. American Nightmare running scared. Well, heading down the highway, sign has 3 inverted nines. Lord won't get me the devil with, but not without a fight. This highway never fucking ends. American Nightmare running scared. American Nightmare running scared. Well, heading down the highway, sign has 3 inverted nines. Well, the Lord won't give me the devil with, but not without a fight. This highway never fucking ends. American Nightmare running scared. American Nightmare running scared. Oh, baby.
The Misfits. That's a punk.
Progress his eyes once more. Now that we have the neutron bomb, nice and quick and clean and gas things down.
Yeah. Alrighty. Russell says, a crazy town, R.I.P. Shifty. Sporty says, cool Rat's Ass. Russell says, John Henry. I'll do that. Just a second. Frank Morgendorfer says, ever heard of a band called Montrose? Hard rock UK band from the 70s. Bad Motor Scooter was the big hit. Montrose, yeah. Were they from the UK? They had like Sammy Hagar. I don't know if Ronnie Montrose might have been British. I'm not sure. Love that band. Man, they had, Space Station number 5 and all that stuff. And I thought they were American. Really good band. Let's see. Russell says R.I.P. Justin Towns Earl. Chet says, 51 states. Sporty says, second Russell, John Henry's a banger tune. Let's play that. Find the right slide here.
John Henry was a little baby boy. You could fit him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out this lonesome farewell. It's gonna be be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man. John Henry climbed up the mountain and he looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. He laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord, Lord. He laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. This captain said, John Henry spoke to bring me a cool drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. A cool drink of water before I die. John Henry said to his captain, I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pallet, I wanna lie down. I got a mighty roaring in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty roaring in my head.
All right. Some good old-timey blues right there. And Rat and Roll says Montrose is American. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I know at least Sammy Hagar was American. Like, yeah, that Montrose self-titled album, like probably like the quintessential 70s rock album. Like it's got the sound of 70s rock. Like my dad loved it, and he made me listen to it back in the day. It's Space Station Number 5, Bad Motor Scooter, Good Rockin' Tonight, which is like old Elvis song. Rock Candy. Let's see here. Russell says, "Whoa! Just noticed you rolled over into 5 hours. I'll back off you guys. Must be drunk / tired." Shit. And Russell says, people get confused about Montrose because he was in Thin Lizzy. I didn't know that. And Thin Lizzy's Irish. Sporty says, this feels like a soul balsam. Thank you, Edward. Doing so much good inside. I appreciate that. Ron says, hey, Stein, half my family's from there. From where? Stein, Eric Volstad. Hello from Norway. What's up? What's up, man? Sporty says it's bittersweet, not just sad, because John Henry beat the machine, even if he did die. Yeah, yep. Frank says, any chance of Stack of Lee? John Hurt's my favorite acoustic bluesman. I'll play that for you. Yeah. Russell says, if you want your mind blown, check out a band called Dust, a song called Pull Away. Marky Ramone and Kenny Aronson. And the album just rips. I have to look that up. Rat and Roll says, Ronnie Montrose, American too. He played with Edgar Winter on Free Ride. Okay, I didn't know that either. Shit. Let's do some Stack of Lee. Probably get out of here soon, but if y'all enjoying what I'm doing, like, please send me a super chat. I appreciate them tips from y'all. I don't put ads on these videos, so if y'all want to help me out, like, shoot me a super chat. Let me get my thumb pick here and a capo. 2nd fret.
Police officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody but Crew Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Billy the Lion told Stackley, please don't take my life. I got 2 little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. What do I care about your 2 little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. When I spotted Billy the Lion, he was lying on the floor. That bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Gentlemen of the jury, what do you think of that? Stackley shot Billy the Lion about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. They all gathered round, hands held up high, and when they killed him, they were glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Crew Stackley.
Look at my damn hair. It looks all poofed out. And God, I look insane. Fucking humidity. Tried to straighten it. And like there's humidity in the air and it just turns into cotton. Alrighty. Russell Zoner says, Phil Lynott, people still got that wine brown Ibby bass on my list of shit to get. Talking about the Phil Lynott from old Thin Lizzy, yeah. Sporty says that he was my kind of Republican. Old Phil was. Russell says, it's a fair rendering too. Thank goodness. There's honor, statuary, LOL, Ronaldo, LOL. And Rat and Roll says Phil Lynott. Ron Swanson says tight. Appreciate that. Chet says that checks out. Ron says you're cool, Ed. I appreciate that. Rat's ass says Ed, yeah, like you're ready for your album cover photo. Yeah, this shit's like all poofed out. Yeah, I'll show y'all like my attempt at a like a straightening of my hair. I used to do it all the time. Damn blurry camera. Come on, camera, focus. Focus, camera. Piece of shit camera. Gotta look at it. Come on. Focus. There it goes. Yeah. Yeah, rocking the long hair. Whipped out the fucking flat iron, straightened it. Chet says, got that 80s perm. Yeah, I got like a permanent perm, yeah. Sporty says, so many men envying Ed's hair right now. Maybe chicks, like most guys don't like poofy hair. They kind of cut it really short when they got poofy hair. But yeah, a lot of chicks tell me, I wish I had hair like yours. I'm like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Shovel says, full head Ed. Ron Swanson says, rock star hair. Right. Rat and Roll says, are you Cajun? Nah. Scots Irish. Now the old kinky hair is like kind of a thing in certain Celtic places like Ireland, Scotland. Like people have that. Jay says, that's a great man and great hair. You know what they say, hair today, gone tomorrow. Yeah. I'm gonna like keep my long hair until it starts falling out. You know, I'm gonna be nice to it, like in case it decides to leave on me and stuff. And Rat and Roll says, I got big curly hair. It's kind of a curse, you know. Like when I was a teenager, you know, I wanted to have long hair, and you know, people told me, well, you can't have long hair because, you know, you got an afro, and so you're just gonna have to keep it short. I was like, well, fuck that. I'll have long hair anyway. Fuck it. Rat says, I've been enough album covers. Well, I was passed out on an album, but that still counts. Sporty Otter says, my hair is very unruly. Yeah, mine is like cotton, basically. Ron says, in Welsh somewhere, it has to be with the Phillips name, I think. Yeah, Phillips is Welsh. Jay says, I had big, thick, curly hair for many years, and all of a sudden, boom, boom, lost it. Shit. Ron says, mine is short. We are not allowed long hair firefighting. Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, I do catch my hair on fire sometimes, like lighting a cigarette. You know, it doesn't stay on fire, but because I don't put products in it. So, but it, yeah, got that burning hair smell. Frank Morgendorfer says, got the same hair problem. If I don't cut it short, it goes wild. Looks like a crazy man. Ron Swanson says, for obvious reasons. Yeah. Rat and Roll says, always frizzy. Yeah, but mine's pure frizz, just cotton. Sporty Otter says, I don't feel I am a straight hair sort of person, so I kind of like it wild. Yeah. Like I sat there for 2 hours and straightened my hair with a flat iron to make it long, and it decided to have like 4 days straight of rain. So it's poofing out because I'm sitting in this building. It's kind of humid out here. Kind of sucks. Like if I do the shit right and it's dry outside, like I can make it like straight like a damn Indian or something. Jay says, yeah, right, Ed. This is kind of a curse. Took a lot of work. Spent many hours messing with it. Shovel says, Viking style. Rat and Roll says, I have to use products and oil in my hair. I just use like shampoo and that's it. Like conditioner will turn my hair like even more into cotton. Like it'll make it like too soft and, you know, and fluffy and stuff. Sporty Otter says it looks very glossy right now. That's what the straightening iron does. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and it smells like burnt. You could smell it. Ron says, I think that is the import of quite a few songs, SOP. Sporty Otter says, indeed, Ron. Frank Morgendorfer says, shave it all off. Go Kojak. Nah, I'd look like silly, bald. I don't know if I could do it. Chet says, have you seen a swamp engine? I don't think so. Sporty says, hey, hair tips to Edward. Music blogger says, I only use shampoo, conditioner maybe twice a week or my hair gets frizzy. Right. Yeah, you can't wash it much. Like, you kind of have to have like dirty, oily hair for it to look good. It actually looks better when it gets kind of oily. Sporty Otter says, blues, tunes, and hair talk. Jay says, makes me sympathize with women that spend hours on their hair. Have you ever tried coconut oil on your hair? I haven't tried that. My mother she has the same hair. I got my hair from her, and she used to spend like 2 hours every single morning on her hair. Shovel says, lovely toasted hair scent. Yep, yeah, it's burnt. Lyle Chipperson says, I have the same hair. I keep mine at 10 millimeters, but short ain't for everybody. Right, yeah. I don't look good with it short. Ron says the punk and Ed will never cut it. No, I don't want to ever cut it. Like if it stays there and my hairline like remains intact, I'll be fine. I used to buy like relaxers and put it in my hair. You know what I'm talking about? Like it chemically burns your fucking hair. Like you get like at the fucking drugstore. I got the flat iron. Used to keep it straight. Like a lot of work. 2 hours a day. Shovel says, I'm old enough. Let it grow. Ron Swanson says, I use beard oil in my hair these days, and it stops the frizz right away. Like, a little bit of oil that kind of helps this hair. Sporty Otter says, let it grow. Shovel does Disney. Rat and Roll says, I'm the only one in my family with curly hair. Like, my mom's side, like all curly hair. Like, my dad's side, pin straight. Like, just pin straight black hair on my dad's side. Jay says, Ed, check out coconut oil. Give it a try. I'll try that. It's argan oil base, I think. Let's see how bad it is right now. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, that moisture in the air, man. But you see, it does get pretty long when I straighten it. Oop, backwards. Chet says Black Irish. Ron Swanson says it's cool, bro. Rat and Roll says I use Cantu shampoo and conditioner. You should try it. I have to look that up. Shovel says Dad would take us to the barber and get all that cool cut off. Right, yeah. So it's probably about like 25 or something. I went to a barber. I was like, I'd like to get my afro kind of shaped up a little bit. It's like this gay black guy. He looked like he played for Prince or something. He was like, oh my God, you can't have long hair like that. Oh my God. He just fucking scalped me, like, boom. He cut my shit like I was in a damn, he styled it. I kind of looked like a guy in the Backstreet Boys or something. I was like, God damn, I ain't never going to no barber again. Fuck that. He's like, I was like, could you, just shape it up? Sometimes I straighten it. He's like, oh, man, girl, you ain't never gonna have like regular hair. You just gonna have to keep it short, Let's see here. Frank Morgendorfer says, look like Rasputin. That's pretty cool. Shit. Wish I had that cool beard. Can't grow a full beard either. Like, no hair comes in on the sides of my face. I get this goatee and I kind of shape it up and, you know, trim the sides of it. But yeah, no ability to grow a full beard. And 41 years old. Rat's Ass says rolling and tumbling. I might play that in a bit. All right. Ron says a barbarian Scots had long, crazy hair. Oh, yeah. They had fucking mullets in the movie. Sporty Otter says, great tune, Rat's Ass. Chet says, I rock some roughs and stuffs with my afro pins. Shovel says, only let chicks cut your hair. Right. Ron says, that was awesome, Ed. LMAO. Jay says, Ed, turn it up to 11. All right. How's about a shot here? Let's do a shot. I'll play one. Sporty says, I'll tell my son that Shovel, he rhapsodizes about his Turkish barber's skills. Ron Swanson says, ever watch Rob Roy? One of my favorite movies. I never saw the movie, but I know about Rob Roy. You know, Scottish outlaw. Rat and Roll says black hair care products usually work better for curly hair. Yeah, I used to buy that relaxer stuff, and it'd have like a picture of a black chick on the box, and it'd be like African Queen or the brand of it, you know. Let's see. All right, some Rebel small batch bourbon from Kentucky. Palmer says, any chance you'd play some Sun House? I can probably do that for you. All right. So let's see. We got Sun House and we got Rolling and Tumbling. And then I'll probably get out of here pretty soon. Alrighty. Cheers, y'all. Kim Pai, L'chaim, Saludos, and all that good stuff. I got some lyrics for Sun House, I think. I have to cheat. If I can find them. Yeah. I'll play the Sun House first, you know, because I'm tuned to that right now, I think. Rat and Roll says Freddie King. I'll do that for you. Yeah. He says, have you tried Mad Dog 2020? Yeah, when I was 18, yeah. First and last time. Bad night that night. All right, let's see here. Get his hair out of my way.
I'm gonna find me religion, and I'm gonna join the Baptist Church. I'm gonna find me religion, and I'm gonna join the Baptist Church. I'm gonna be a Baptist preacher. I don't have to work. Well, one deacon John Doe, he began to grin. deacon jumped up. He began to grin. He said, you know one thing, Elder, believe I go back to barrel housing again. One sister jumped up. She began to shout. One sister jumped up. She began to shout. Said, you know, I'm so glad, baby, this the corn liquor's going out. Another deacon jumped up. Said, why don't you hush? Another deacon jumped up. Said, why don't you hush? You know you drinks corn liquor. Your wine's a horrible scourge. Well, I was in the pulpit. I was jumping up and down. Well, I was in the pulpit. And I was jumping up and down. Then I'm hollering to my sister, baby, Lord, I'm Alabama bound. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase, then I took on down the road. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase, then I took on down the road. I said, farewell, church, baby. May the good Lord bless your soul. No, I wish I had, baby, heaven of my own. I wish I had a heaven of my own. I'd give all my women, baby, a good old happy home, yeah.
So Son House right there, the Preaching Blues. Of course, Robert Johnson did like a kind of a variation on that where he kind of sped it up and stuff. That. Now we got a Rolling and Tumbling. Got a retune here. Probably need a capo. That damn got the crowd back. 40 people in here. Shit. All right, let's see here. Damn it, come on.
Well, I rolled and tumbled, cried the whole night long. Well, I rolled and tumbled, cried the whole night long. When I woke up in the morning, I didn't know right from wrong. Did you ever wake up, find your door roller gone? Did you ever wake up, find your door roller gone? And wring your hands, then leave your happy home. Well, I told my woman before I left town. Well, I told my woman before I left town. Don't you let nobody tear your barrel house down. Well, I rolled and tumbled, cried the whole night long. Well, I rolled and tumbled, cried the whole night long. Well, I woke up in the morning, I didn't know right from wrong.
All right, some Freddie King. Kind of adjust this amp a little bit. Look at me. I look like a fucking madman. Okay. Let's see. Ron Swanson sends me a Canadian $6.99. Thank you very much for that, sir. I appreciate that. He sent me another one. Sent me two. Another $6.99 from Canada. He says, get the ball rolling. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. One of my regulars, one of the best people in this chat, you know, does shots with me all the time. Man, thank you very much for that. Let's see. Rat and Roll says, you know any Foghat? They covered Robert Johnson, Terraplane Blues. I didn't know they did Terraplane, but yeah, I'm very familiar with Foghat. My old man was a big Foghat fan. And I've still got like his old 1970s pictures of like him like seeing Foghat, like a Lonesome Dave Peverett wearing sparkle flake tennis shoes and shit. That was a good band. Let's see. A music blogger says, my girl, don't lie to me. Talking about Into Pines there. He says, can you play Into Pines again? Like if I did it again, it would be my fourth time. Like I've actually got paid to play it like 3 times. Unspecified Channel says, I met Coulter Wall yesterday. Cool. He says, a Holy Mary Jane. Let's see. Sporty Otter says, my goodness, we're experiencing a historic moment now. Frank Morgendorfer says, bravo, Ed. Ron says, thanks for the song, Ed. Well, thank you for them super chats, man. Shovel says, sounds so good, all by his lonesome. Yeah. Wish I had the fucking technical capabilities to, you know, mic a band in here and make it all look good, you know. Shovel says, Lonesome Dave, R.I.P. Yeah. They did a fucking banging version of that Muddy Waters song, like I Just Want to Make Love to You. Jay says, a rat's ass, are you from England? Weren't they Foghat from England? Yeah. The Foghat was British. Yeah. My dad like told me like when he saw them the first time, that it was like the first time he'd seen like British people in person, and I guess like Lonesome Dave got on the mic and he was like, oh, that's all you motherfuckers doing. What's up, you know, fucking cunts. And he'd never heard like anyone talk like that, like in person before. Like he didn't understand like a British accent, I guess. Ron says he's a huge fan of the blues. For me, it is. LOL. Rat's ass says, no, I'm not Jay. When they came to USA in between shows, they would do clubs here to get their name more known. Oh, okay, yeah. I think my dad said he saw a Foghat open up for Black Oak, Arkansas one time, like in the U.S. Here, smoke me some. Yeah. Sporty Otter says, I have to pee, but the song's too good to leave. Jay says, did Paul Rogers do a short stint with Foghat? I don't know. I mean, he sang with Queen a little bit. You know, Paul Rogers from Bad Company. I'm not sure if he played with him or not. Rat and Roll says England has some of the best rock bands. Yeah, obviously, yeah. Started with the Beatles. Like, yeah, we kind of invented rock and roll over here. And then like England got a hold of it and the Beatles came out and they kind of took it over and like came out with the like the new stuff, and yeah, like Zeppelin, you know, all that good shit. Black Sabbath, like kind of invented heavy metal in England. Sporty Otter says, Paul Rogers makes me swoony. Paul Rogers like kind of held on to his looks for a long time, but now he does look old as fuck. But he did look really good for a long time. Like looked pretty good till he was about 60. Sporty Otter says, if we are talking about English blues, then we must mention Eric Burdon, yeah, from the Animals, yeah. Great band. Jay says, I thought Paul did all right now. Right, he was in a band called Free, yeah. Says, what's the news, Foghat? I'm a little tired, so trying to remember. Rat and Roll says, do you listen to Free? Yes, I've got the one Free record that I know of. I've got it down here, like the Free vinyl. I'm not sure how many albums they had, but I've got it, like the one with All Right Now on it. Like 3-piece band. Shark Air says, why are you still up? Just got back from a blues jam. Here is California. Cool. Well, I stay up late, you know. Sporty Otter says, Free. Jay says, oh yeah, Free, not Foghat. Didn't somebody in Free or was it King Crimson? I think it might have been King Crimson. Also played in Bad Company. Ron Swanson says, why not? We can sleep when we're dead. Right. Sporty Otter says, Paul Rogers was a voice that could blow me into the stratosphere. Yeah, one of the greatest singers in rock music history was Paul Rogers. Kind of underrated. Russell Zahner says, Paul Rogers is still touring. Yeah, he had a stroke and stuff, but he's doing okay. He, you know, finally looks old though. He didn't look old for a long time. Like he kind of took care of himself or got plastic surgery or something. Russell says, I think he might have did a Vegas residency even. Rat and Roll says Slade is underrated. Yeah, that was a really good band. They were really big in Europe, not very big in America. And then you know, Quiet Riot like did a couple of their songs and got big over here. Mama, we're all crazy now. Sporty Otter says, Paul Rogers and Deep Purple. Ian, voice of greatness. Oh yeah, good singer too. Guy with Deep Purple, yeah. Frank Morgendorfer says, have you heard Robert Crumb's version of In the Pines? Apart from being a brilliant artist, he can really play. I haven't heard that. Russell Zahner says, what, no love for Glenn Hughes? Hang on. God damn it. The name Glenn Hughes, I'm drawing a... God damn it. Drawing a blank. I'm going to feel stupid when I figure out who it is, too. Glenn Hughes. Shit. Don't tell me. Okay, tell me. Let's see. Do you remember? Hang on. Let's see. Jay says, Ed, didn't you know Paul had a stroke? Too bad. Did you see his new video release a couple of weeks back? I didn't see that. Shark Air says, we're sending a major storm your way. I'm waiting for it. Rat's Ass says, Sporty, do you remember Ian singing Black Sabbath on one album? Yeah. Like, Ian from Deep Purple sang like one Black Sabbath record, I think. Like one or two or something like that. Unspecified Channel says, you should hear the fellas here in New Zealand. My accent would fucking trip you out. New Zealand have watched so much US TV and stuff. We're used to your accent. shit. This is kind of similar to the Australian accent, you know. Russell's Honor says Glenn Hughes, he was singing for Dead Daisies until John Corabi came back. Unspecified Channel says you should hear the Phillips. I think I just read that. Yeah. Ron says a whiskey block. Russell's Honor says bro burn. Ron says I won't tell you. Shovel says New Sabbath. Glenn Hughes burn. Juke Vox says Jethro Tull bassist. Which one? There's quite a few of them. Wait, did Glenn Hughes play for Tull for a while? What? Sporty Otter says I absolutely do remember that rat's ass. I remember it with some regularity. Russell says Black Country Communion. Glenn Hughes sang for Sabbath also. Oh, okay. Like later stuff. Rat and Roll says, did you know the Dio did do wop? Dio did do wop. I didn't know that. That would be kind of interesting to hear. Russell says California breed. Let's see. Russell says we need more California breed tunes for sure. Jay says remember it's not Ian, it's Ian. Russell says yeah, Dio was a cute little kid. Sporty Otter says burn from Deep Purple. Russell says Bon Scott sang legit soft rock love songs. Russell's, let's see, Ron Swanson says an unspecified channel. We know and see what you guys sound like on TV too. Russell says, and Nico McBrien played for Pat Travers. Russell says Trapeze, Deep Purple, Hughes, and Thrall. Okay, like Glenn Hughes was in Deep Purple. Okay. Jay says Glenn Hughes has made somewhat of a comeback. He has a kick-ass rock voice. Russell says Gary Moore, Black Sabbath, and health problems. Health recovery and career rejuvenation. Oh, okay. Rat and Roll says Humble Pie is underrated. I don't know too much Humble Pie. That was Peter Frampton's old band. Yeah, I don't know too much of them. Shovel Trapeze says he says Trapeze. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Sporty says I totally agree. Rat and Roll. Russell says Nico was the drummer who just retired from Iron Maiden. Sporty says Frampton was better than many people ever knew. He could play, yeah. He was a good guitar player. And I've got my obligatory copy of Frampton Comes Alive and shit. Russell says all the titles from Wikipedia were pretty okay, so I just passed them. Jay says, hey everyone, remember to tip your bartenders and barmaids. Right. Russell says his career now has too much shit to list. Bro's in a jillion projects. Rat's Ass says my barmaid loves it when I tip her, Jay. Shovel says, isn't it Sir Peter Frampton? He got knighted and stuff. I didn't know that. Ron says, remember that this stream is not monetized. If you can ever super chat, supports Ed. If you can, every super chat supports Ed. Yeah. I do appreciate those super chats. Yeah, feel like throwing me a tip or something like that, like super chats would be appreciated. Also, like, subscribe, and share, and all that good stuff. Russell's Honor says, now that bud's legal. I literally put Bud in the tip jar sometimes. Rat and Roll says, can you post links in the chat? Yeah, I can mod you, and you can do it. Let me see here. All right, yeah, you can do it now. Russell says, Ron Swanson, if you have PayPal, you can donate directly, and he gets it all. But Super Chat, if you don't have PayPal, yeah. Super Chat like takes a percentage for YouTube. PayPal don't take none. Shark Air says he's not too happy about somebody. Jay says, Rat's ass, my wife was a restaurant waitress for many years back, and we went out to eat infrequently, and ever since then, she says you better go down at $10 or $20 tip. Rat and Roll will post me a link here. Let's see it. So, this is apparently Ronnie James Dio singing doo-wop. Let's see what this sounds like. Hang on real quick.
And goodbye, goodbye, baby. I was so sure of my baby.
Wait. That him? Shit. Looks like him.
Put me down, I feel that maybe I was destined for this sound of blue nights, blue days, and goodbye.
I didn't know he was that old to be doing doo-wop in the 50s and stuff. Damn.
Goodbye, baby. Every reason for this torture keeps running through my mind, and I know that my future depends on what I find, but all I find out
Could still sing his ass off back then.
and goodbye, goodbye, baby. I've been searching, begging for the key that'll set me free, and it's left me lonely. I've been crying to the
Damn.
blue reason while I always be ever lonely. Was looking for the path.
That's insane. Ronnie James Dio doing doo-wop. I did not know about that. Man, fucking metal. Let me see here. Russell says YouTube is definitely pay to click. Like all super chats, that really pumps the algo. We got a super chat here, I think. Shovel sends $9.99. He says admit to. Sorry. Thank you very much for that super chat, Shovel. Really appreciate that. Kind of freaked me out there, like a Ronnie James Dio doing that stuff. Unspecified channel says Jeff Healy, cruel little number. The riffs are brutal. Russell's Honor says yeah, there's a video of it, hella cute. Russell says oh, there's footage too. He says Bon Scott has footage too. LOL, eyes and nose. Ron Swanson says, and YouTube promotes channels with higher super chats. So pretty much, yeah, engagement. Yeah, basically. Russell says, YouTube definitely paid. Read that. He says, let's get the most of it. Let's see 35 likes on the super chat. And let's see here. Having a coughing spell. Oh, fuck. Rat's Ass says, lots of folks don't realize that Ronnie was singing a lot longer than he was. From 14 years old until his death. I didn't know he was that damn old. Ronnie says, Russell says, likes are free, you freaking looky-loos. Yeah, hit that like button, that subscribe button, you know, all that good stuff. Share this on your social media. Ron says, I hear you. Russell Sporty says, I would super chat if I could, but it's impossible. Might be a thing with like Germany or something. I don't know. Russell Zoner says, yeah, he always had a great voice. Jay says, it's interesting and cool about Ronnie. Sporty says, I feel a bit embarrassed. Frank, that's all right, man. Frank Morgendorfer says, Frampton was friends with Bowie when they were kids before fame. I didn't know that. Rat and Roll says, do you listen to Rainbow? Yeah, Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. Yeah, that's some stuff my old man used to play. He and my mother like saw him like way back in the day. Yeah, that was a good band there. It was like Richie Blackmore from Deep Purple and Ronnie James Dio singing, the band back in the 70s. Jay says, a sporty otter, don't feel bad. There's problems with super chats. Oh, yeah. Russell Zoner says, my wife, he says, my wife hates that I want to help homeless people, so I've started throwing donations. She keeps that shit up. I might join some Patreons. Sporty Otter says, that's beautiful, Russell. Rat's Ass says, can't take it with you, Russell. Russell Zoner says, Rat's Ass, disabled people are on fixed income and our future is in doubt. So what I do is what I can. I mean, geez. Shovel says, much rather pay to hang out with cool people than watch TV. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I don't own a TV, so. Rat's Ass says, you're cool, Russell. Roll on, my friend. Glam it. Unspecified Channel says, I go busking 4 days a week in my city. I make 100 to 300. Life is getting harder to keep jamming and keep pushing and looking to the silver lining. I used to busk, but I didn't make that much. About maybe $50 or something like that. Like back in the day, like, 20 years ago and shit. That's pretty good. You're making that much. And Russell says, if I could find a doctor to work on my arm, I'd be playing all day. But had a fall a while back, and doctor somehow doesn't see the problem, so I just sit and wait for help. Jesus, man, yeah. Good old American healthcare. Right. Ron Swanson says, we all understand SOP. I did too. One for each of us. Rat and Roll says, I remember when you used to record your videos outside. Yeah, I should do some more of those, like when it warms up a little bit, actually. Yeah. Those did look good, like cinematography wise and shit. They didn't sound brilliant, but they look pretty good, like with the lighting and all. Ron says, no worries. Jay says, busking can be challenging, but you got to have fun with it. Yeah, just go to a crowded area. You know some people's gonna be there, and just set up and play. Rat and Roll says, Ed, when are you starting your OnlyFans? I don't think there's a market for me. Like, I ain't packing much, so. Russell says, Jesse Wells was freezing his ass off in the last few. Sporty says, thank you, Ron. Russell Zoner says, it's chilly out on the old Powerline Trail. Shovel says, watching Ed counts as guitar practice, too. Shit. Ron says, you're good people. Sporty Otter says, LOL. Edward on OnlyFans. Yeah. I ain't got nothing to show on there. Ron Swanson says, there's a market for everyone. Shit. Russell's on. Rat's Ass says, okay, Ed, question. What's the drunkest song you ever played sober? That's kind of a good question. I'm not even sure. The drunkest song I've ever played sober. Usually kind of the other way around. Like you play some complicated song drunk and fuck it all up, you know. Let's see. Russell's Honor says, thanks for the kind company too. Usually people read my comments as weird for me, but it's okay. Ed's a good dude. I appreciate that. Rat's Ass says, cheers. I guess he took him a shot for that wild turkey I think he said he had earlier. Ron says, bet you would see gangbusters. Sell. Russell says, I wouldn't complain about a Corb Lund tune or two. I don't think I know none of them. He says, an old familiar drunken feeling is very old school swing, but funny as hell. Russell says, you ever dabble in swing? Never played with a swing band. I can kind of play swing drums. Like if you listen to the album, I've got a few swing tracks on there. But I do listen to it. I love fucking Gene Krupa, people like that. You know, old swing from the 40s and stuff. In fact, the Gene Krupa is like probably one of my favorite drummers of all time. Ron says, if that package doesn't arrive soon, you better let me know so I can change my address. Yeah, I'll look in the mailbox tomorrow for it. Ron says, you're cool, Russell. Rat and Roll says, do you know Albert Collins? I ain't drunk. Yeah, I ain't drunk. I'm just drinking. I don't know the words. I play it all the time with a band that I'm currently in. Don't know the fucking words. Hang on, let me refresh this chat here. Computer's being kind of stupid. But yeah, like the other guy in the band sings it, but it's like,
but you're so high, but you're so high, but you're so high, stay drunk all the time.
yeah. He played that damn Telecaster, man. I can't stand a fucking Telecaster. So yeah, like that song "Alive" with the other band I'm in, besides my main band, like I do background vocals on it, so I don't know the words to it. Unspecified channel says, I feel your pain, bro. Have psoriasis that messes with my body, mind, confidence in many ways. The pain is what made us great musicians, because music was what we truly ever had that could speak for and to us. He says, speak, damn, I don't know what my keyboard is doing. Russell Zoner says, Charlie Watts, the original Pocket King. He was a very good drummer. Yeah, probably the best musician in the Rolling Stones, actually. Russell says, why are Telecasters bad? I just never got along with them. I never, like, bonded with one. They kind of sound like just too twangy to me, like too fucking hee-haw. I'm more of a Strat guy myself. Sporty Otter says, big Charlie fan, can you tell? Rat's Ass says, true, Russell, but Aunt Ted, do it justice. Russell says, I don't have one, so I don't know why. Rat and Roll says, Damien Bocci is good if you want to learn swing, jump, blues, and rockabilly. Have to look him up. And Sporty Otter says, I'm sorry to hear that unspecified. Or Russell's Honor says, he's just kind of hid in the Stones and did his thing. Yeah, probably the best musician in the Rolling Stones was Charlie Watts. Like, solid fucking drummer. Let's see. Russell says, I got my first telly style, but it's nothing like a Fender telly. Just too fucking twangy. Like, I like a Strat. Like, I played Strats like most of my life. And never got along with the telly for some reason. Sporty says, true that, Russell. His aura was so totally different from them. Rat's Ass says, I had a Strat that broke and I only shed one tear over it. Oh, no, shit. Nah, Strat's cool, man. Russell says that the drummer from Khruangbin reminds me of Charlie Watts, like same level of chill. He says it's a semi-hollow Starfield built at Suji and Fujita, Japanese place. Sporty Otter says, I gotta be damn good instinctive to be that kind of chilled. Russell's Honor says, there's pics of it on Reddit. Rat's Ass says, I prefer my Stellar. Jay says, Ed, I'm surprised and interesting what you said about the Telecaster, because being you play bluegrass, I thought you would like the tight, snappy, quick feel of the telly. But I mean, like if I played like country, like if I was doing like Buck Owens or something like that, I'd probably like a telly. Just not my kind of thing. I don't know. I mean, I know Muddy Waters played one. You know, Albert Collins played one. I never liked them for some reason. Let's see. Shovel says a D18, less twangy than a Telecaster. Russell's Honor says search a 1992 CBL something or other, Starfield Cabriolet SJ Limited. You'll see the pics. Okay, so that's your guitar there. Let me look it up. Copy, paste. This is not exactly a telly, though, is it? Kind of shaped different. I mean, yeah, kind of, sort of. Looks kind of cool. It's got the humbuckers. Like, probably sounds good with the humbuckers and shit. Yeah, semi-hollow. Shit. I probably wouldn't mind playing that guitar. See, Ron says, I sold a Strat for good value to a friend of mine, too, and still shed a tear for it. And I'm a Gibson guy. Yeah, kind of more Gibson-y lately myself, actually. Been playing the SG and the Les Paul. Russell says, I'm not trying to convince anyone. To me, it's just a funny single cut. Yeah, I bet that guitar would sound pretty cool, like the way it's set up and stuff. Jay says, Ed, I hear you. If you don't like them, the feel isn't right for you. I understand. Yeah, I never liked them. Russell says, that's my telly style. Russell's Honor says, I actually looked at a PV Generation series, or someday I'll have a Cooper Classic. A Cropper Classic. Cropper like Steve Cropper. Oh, okay. Ron says, a Telecaster is twangy to a fault. Only really great in the way Johnny Cash used it to cut through and play a few notes way high up. Or, yeah, the Luther Perkins, yeah, with Johnny Cash, yeah. And Russell's Honor says, I posted a cleaner picture set in the guitar porn subreddit. The heel is like a J Custom. Rat and Roll says that you might like a Telly HH Deluxe. And talking about like a double humbucker Telly. Yeah, it'd probably be better. Yeah. Yeah, but that fucking lipstick pickup, like, don't like him. Russell says, you ever seen a J custom heel? That's the heel, and yes, a 5-position switch. Got a couple of coil cuts or something in 2 and 4. So it sounds amazing. Want more semi-hollow guitars now. Yeah, I love me a semi-hollow body. Got 3 of them. Sporty Otter says, I have what I have for E guitar, and that is one Harley Benton. And that's out of Germany. I got a Harley Benton too, actually. Sporty says I read that. Russell says, yeah, Steve Cropper. I had a green onion colored one. It arrived destroyed, so I sent it back and they refunded me. Russell says, I really wanted it, man. It was great, but too much damage. Sporty Otter says, I like the old Delta Blues guys with only one axe and making do. Yeah, right. They used to play like cheap ass, like department store Stellas and stuff. Rat and Roll says, I have an Ibanez PS10. I've never owned an Ibanez, but I've played like plenty of them. Like people would like let me borrow them and stuff. Like I'm not exactly sure what a PS10 is, but I've played plenty of Ibanezes. Russell says, I had one guitar since I was 19 until I got disabled, and I started accumulating undervalued players. Paul Stanley model. I believe that's a fucking Ibanez, ain't it? Like Paul Stanley, what he played. Iceman style, yeah. Lyle Chipperson says, my first guitar was a Chinese Ibanez Geo. And I just this year refretted it with stainless steel and replaced the pickups and wiring. Love that shitty guitar. Cool. Russell says the Washburn Paul Stanley guitars were crazy. He had like 3 with Washburn, all different. Oh, okay, it was Washburn. Okay. Ron Swanson says, this was my best guitar and the one I most regret selling. Shit. PS10 is a Paul Stanley Iceman. Oh, okay. So yeah, it was Ibanez. Shovel says, still have my 68 Silvertone with hard case from Sears. That's an old-fashioned 1960s kind of, yeah, department store / pawn shop style guitar. That's cool as hell. Russell's Honor says, I still got my 1980 Ibanez Blazer BL200 LOL classic brass hardware, brass nut. Shit. And Ron sent me a link here. Let's see what we got here. That's a Les Paul. All right, let's see. Sent me a picture of a Les Paul. Not sure what type of Les Paul it is, but it looks good. Guess that looks like the one he sold. Sporty says, I inherited a 12-string acoustic Washburn, never could own it new, I reckon. Robert Stotts says, I got a 1984 Ibanez Blazer Strat copy. It's badass. Brass. Rat's Ass says, Ron, this is my go-to guitar when I need versatility. I call it Green Goblin. It's a souped-up Stellar. Russell says, actually prefer my 7-string these days. I can't even play a 7-string worth of shit. I'm not used to that 7-string on like the top, the B string on top of there. Yeah. Ron says a 64 Sunburst Les Paul. That's pretty damn cool, man. Russell says that even though I only got a few, Ron says a Cherry Sunburst flamed maple top. And you sold it. Shit. Russell says, here's one I don't play, but I got more like it. Let's check it out. Copy, paste. Let's see. It's the same pick there, I think. Wait a minute. Oh, nope. Hang on. You got the same pick on that one. Russell says, whoops, wrong paste. Okay, 1999 Ibanez. Metallic cherry fudge. Copy, paste. And that's it right there. It's looking pretty nice. Shit. Oh yeah, that plays pretty good. You know, Russell says, I love them because they're cheap, great guitars, don't look like 7 strings. Sporty says a 7 would be B. Yeah, it's like a thick B string on top. Rat's Ass says, a Russell, my Ibanez is flake silver. Ron Swanson says, I have picks somewhere of me with it, but I hate them since I lost it and don't keep track of them. Lost it 18 years ago. Russell says, yeah, I do have a B standard and love that low B string on a blues turnaround. Russell says they're always around for a few bills. Sporty says, I feel I would enjoy that too because I love my lows best. Russell says, check the other picks there. I just like X'd it out. Shit. Whoops. Rat's Ass says, that a 24 fret. Russell says, if you saw the back of the neck, you'd swear it was a Strat. Rat and Roll says, any tips for playing in a blues jam? I've never really played with people I play at home. Good luck finding a blues jam, first of all. But just find out what key they're in and, stay in that box. Like, find a blues box, right? It's like, say, okay, we're in A. You find your A bar chord. And drop D. Play in that box. But yeah, like if you find a blues jam somewhere, like, let me know. Russell's Honor says they're basically a double cut LP Junior with an extra string and humbuckers. One of the few Ibbies that have a Les Paul control scheme too. And he says it's like a 21 or 22 fret. He says every jam eventually devolves into a blues jam if you drink enough, and always bring a harmonica. Everyone loves a harmonica at jams. Right. Sporty Otter says then you can slide your A. Well, I believe I'll do a shot for the road, and then I'll get the fuck out of here. Been on here a long time. Damn ad playing. Okay. So, let's do a shot. But anyways, cheers, y'all. Kim Pie, saludos, all that good stuff. L'chaim. Been sitting here, bullshitting, stuttering, and drinking for hours and hours, and yeah, we'll call it a night. So tried learning harmonica, could never get it to sound good. Yeah, me neither. No kind of wind instruments. I ain't good with them. Yeah. Robert Stott says, tips for Blues Jam. Try to be cool with everyone there. Ask who runs it. If you can play next week, know a good amount of blues standards. Make friends with all the players. Yeah, right. And good luck finding one. Sporty says, thanks today, Edward and friends. Well, you're welcome. Russell says, remember to tip your waitress. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Russell says, thanks for existing. Well, you're welcome. And Ron says, cheers, one for the night. Cheers, one for the night for me. Shovel says, power hit. Russell's owner says, if someone hands you a solo, take it. It's always okay to play the melody. Right. But anyway, yeah. Y'all join me next week, Wednesday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Same bat time, same bat channel. Might do a Saturday show, not sure yet. So, just, stay tuned, stay posted, or I'll keep y'all posted, I guess. Ron says, time to say good night. He says, gotta go. All right, see you later, Ron. Russell says, just saying. Rat and Roll says, Texas has blues jams. I bet they do. Rat's Ass says, thanks, Ed. Don't forget to renew the scotch. Yeah, have to buy me one. All right, Ron. See y'all later. I guess we'll call it right now.